Good afternoon, I'm Daniel Miller and this is Destiny Academy. A warm welcome to all of our friends, fans, community members, participants and everyone watching us worldwide on various platforms. Thank you for coming and welcome. Thank you for joining us today, and thank you most importantly for being our very valued, very supportive community members. Thank you for your contributions, for your comments and views. Thank you for your messages. Most importantly, thank you for supporting our charitable fundraising for the British charity called Mind, and I've received some donations already, so thank you for that. Really appreciate it. Also, I want to thank everyone in our Xbox ambassador community who has been taking time to repost some of the comments and some of the news I had been placing on my Twitter in response and in relation to our charitable fundraising. So thank you for that, really appreciate it. Xbox community and particularly the ambassadors are very engaged with charitable fundraising on the global scale, and they had raised a sizable revenue for many charities based in the US. Most importantly, they had contributed extensively towards the fundraising campaign for St. Jude's Hospital charity. So I always keep an eye on everything they do. I'm very grateful for all the support they've provided so far. So thank you to everyone. Yesterday, everyone in the US was celebrating the Independence Day, so we had no stream as the majority of our viewers are indeed from the US. And I also had quite a few things to do, so it was like a free day from Destiny Worlds. But today we are back, and got to tell you that on Friday I also will be busy in London, so there'll be no stream here. But we'll do something over the weekend in order to compensate for the absence of the stream. So we'll have 4 to 5 streams as usual, really, within a week. It's just that I had to be sort of relocating the times to another day. So on Saturday and Sunday we'll have a bit of Destiny, I think, or maybe just on Saturday. We'll see. I'll keep you posted. Anyone who's keeping an eye on Twitter will get all the information, and you'll be able to know exactly what's going on. I've had quite a lot of messages, and they've come from many of our community members, and also I'm receiving messages from those people who are spotting some of our inclusions on Twitter, and the questions are basically either Destiny or video gaming related, and I've had some related to the charitable campaign, fundraising campaign, and mental health. So I'll give you probably a rundown on these very shortly. But first of all, I want to ask you, what are you playing at the moment? Are you doing Destiny 2 seasonal content? Have you completed already the new inclusion since yesterday? Have you completed anything else which is Destiny 2 related? I've had a few postings on Twitter, on Reddit, that indicated that people have been quite happy with the seasonal content, and we have gone through some of these inclusions the other day. Well, to be honest with you, the ones I talked about were not about happiness. There were questions related to the veterans departing and asking whether there's been a change in terms of how certain people are doing Destiny. So we got to that on Monday, so I will not be paying I won't be paying much attention to all that has been indeed already pronounced and said previously, but we are going to be revisiting some of these postings, as I believe they're representing the overall state of mind of many of our community members, and generally a kind of concern that perhaps Destiny is taking a different direction. These are speculations, and I think I've read the other day, didn't I? The statement that come from Bungie indicating that these are just speculations, and there are going to be some changes, but Destiny is going to carry on as usual after the next DLC concludes the saga where humanity is battling against the darkness. So there is going to be a lot more content, and from what I understand, they are working on the new ideas. I think it's likely that Destiny will be more aligned to the campaign missions and story-based activity, as we've seen that certainly in recent years, and that will ensure its longevity, as we've seen with the games like Elder Scrolls, for instance, where I think they really excelled in integrating the overall narrative of the original standalone games into the multiplayer, and there's a lot of activity, and there are some new characters, there's some old maps, and it just all blends in with the story. So I think that's likely to be the direction that Bungie will have to take if they want to ensure that people stay with Destiny. There has been some hype about the campaign and the story missions, and some of the newer members of the Destiny community, I guess people who played it in the last couple of years, are discussing the story-based content, which is not what I've seen particularly during the early Destiny years, and we had seen many people who otherwise played Halo were quite happy with the battles and overall PvP and PvE activity, and didn't really pay attention to cutscenes or anything that was story based. So some changes happen. The Destiny is going to be around for almost 10 years. This is a remarkable achievement for Bungie and the team, and I applaud them for everything they've completed so far, and I applaud them for pioneering works and for amazing content and providing us with such variety. I do not agree with people who regard Destiny 2 as a game that is just based on monetizing the systems introduced. Obviously quite different compared to the original game, and we are given such variety of different activities which I think are very enjoyable, done or indeed completed within a team. And just remember, Destiny is not a game for soloists and lone gamers. This is a game that's been created for a maximum community effort, for as much community-based activity as possible, and that indeed had been persisting during the early years of the original game, as there were no guides published, and people had to learn from others, and it was pre-Twitch days as well, and people would learn from communities attached to Xbox or PlayStation, or people got together in order to complete some task and then learn from others who were a bit more experienced. It was a very difficult, very arduous task, and I know from some of our veterans it would have taken them anything between 18 months and 2 years to kind of progress in order to complete 400 light level. But things changed ever since, and Destiny had taken a different direction, and as we've seen, we have two different sections of the community. One lot is obviously the group of veterans who were with Destiny from the very beginning, and then the other is basically the group of people who would have trickled along over the years, which is purely natural and normal. In fact, I watched Phil Spencer with Matt Booty yesterday, and they've done a major interview with one of the YouTube channels, and it was immediately after the showcase event a couple of weeks ago. So it was very interesting how, for instance, they talked about these different markets, and it really surprised me. Phil Spencer said that they're really not trying to directly compete with other platforms, because in his words, doing something that is just based on needing to take away the customers from the competitor is never going to work anymore in the present day and age. Could have been a possibility 10. The idea that they have is to be able accessible on all platforms with ease, so you can hop in if you want through on your mobile phone when you're traveling. When you get back home, you can get on your PC, or indeed go to your console. You can connect with people via the app, etc., etc. So the capacity for connectivity is greater and bigger than at any other time in history. And I was particularly interested to hear that they wanted to build their strategy around their own products and their own services, not in order just to compete with others and to take customers away from Sony or Nintendo, but provide something which was original and with the Microsoft stroke Xbox signature, and that all of that indeed will be the direction that the company is going to be taking for the next 10 years. And I agree with that. I think it's a very good idea. And he said that it's very difficult to even consider competing against Sony and Nintendo because those consoles do have a much greater sway on the market. Xbox does have about 16% of the share of the global markets, and that tells you that they've really not succeeded in many different areas of the business as they originally intended. And they really service North and South America particularly well, but the rest of the world, they're lagging. And I think, in my view, although I never talk about it, I've got to say, Phil didn't say anything about this. He actually expanded on the idea that Xbox is now doing a lot better compared to the last year or 2 years ago, as they were doing a rollout for the PC connectivity. And that's the new step, that's the new perspective they've taken. And I think the perspective is aligned with the idea that Microsoft indeed were the original Windows makers, the original owners of the manufacturing of the computers, and they're just literally banking on the idea that if you want to be downloading a game and playing it from day one, you will not have to be purchasing a new console. You could just utilize your PC for that, and you will pay for the Game Pass. So, the actual tactics and the strategies around offering the streaming services are not significantly different compared to when the Game Pass was launched. And the major investment that Microsoft is doing at the moment is towards that section of the industry and that section of the services they offer. And they want to be really making sure that people in any country are accessing the Game Pass for the PCs. So whether the console is going to be surviving in its present shape is certainly debatable, because this is a console that's very expensive to make, and it had not had globally the support of their online and live services. Therefore, it had been lagging in terms of the sales compared to PlayStation and Nintendo. And it's just the way things turn out. It's good to see that they're not really being overly disappointed, and they're certainly considering many different ways forward. They're looking forward to the new games, and Phil even apologized for the last year where he felt the first party games were a bit slim coming from the Xbox, but that was all to be fully understandable. The pandemic of 2 years had affected the big studios and everyone globally, and it's obviously perfectly normal that many of these products and projects were lagging, and they were being significantly delayed. In the course of this year, as we've seen with that recent showcase and presentation they provided for the Summer Game Festival, there are many first-party games coming out of Microsoft and Xbox. So I think that's very, very good. And the way I see it is, whatever the competition is likely to be, those two platforms, Sony and Microsoft, or PlayStation and Xbox, are here to remain, and they will come up with innovative services, and they will be attracting their markets accordingly. So whether you prefer one or the other is quite irrelevant. What is relevant is for you to be able to access these games at any time, wherever you are. So the whole concept of accessing games to a cloud service is to be able to download, double check, and that's critical. And if Sony, for instance, and PlayStation don't really change the gear on that front, they will lose out. They will lose out massively, because Phil talked about the games like Starfield, the big blockbusters that definitely do make money through their presence on the Game Pass. And there are quite a few questions. I think the vast majority of people in media assume that the indie developers will get the very best benefits if they are included on their streaming services, rather than the big games. The question was, why would I want to be purchasing Starfield if I can actually access it on a subscription fee day one? Well, I can tell you from my personal experience as to why that is. The difference is... Excuse me, my voice is gone. Just bear with me a second. For instance, Phil mentioned that many people are initially playing the games and trying them out through the cloud services instead of doing the downloads. And that's exactly what I experienced myself as one of the greatest benefits. Being able to just check out the game as indeed it pops up on the Game Pass. And I'm very, very always interested to find out about every game that is being included. The and sometimes which is quite voluminous. Hard to check altogether, purely in terms and schedules and everything else, but I always use their streaming services in order to have a look at what the game's like. So once I get a flavour, and once I kind of build my own opinion whether I want to be playing the game, but the game's a project that I want to be fully engaged with, or whether I just want to very quickly skim through it, then I will indeed, for those that I'm very keen on, download, and I'll keep them on my hard drive and I will play them. So that's the procedure that the vast majority of people are using nowadays after the xCloud's been introduced. I've got to stress one fact in there: if you're on Xbox, xCloud will not work well unless you're on fiber speeds, right? So I've had previously poor quality internet and the ordinary broadband, which would have been like 20 download and 1 upload, and xCloud didn't work. It was laggy, and the frames were freezing and everything else. Ever since I managed to get the new 5G router, the speeds are much better. I mean, they're not really on the fast fiber level, but they're much better speeds of like between 200 to 300 download and also about 30 upload. That made it much easier. I would say it made the xCloud work properly and perfectly, so we can stream any game and we can watch anything at any time. And that itself is indeed to our great benefit. So I'm very, very happy to see that the service is indeed fully operational. I think they jumped the gun to a degree. I think they offered a kind of service that generally would be based on very high speeds. As is the case with some of the games, you will find that for anyone streaming the games that are very highly taxing on the bandwidth, unless they have really very high quality internet, which is not really the majority of the people worldwide, there will be issues with both picture quality and sound, particularly with the picture quality. So these are the issues, and obviously Microsoft are in position to change gear, to be doing things which are advanced and way ahead from everyone else, and that is highly significant. That is what they want to be doing. They're in position to do that as well, and I'm very glad and very pleased to see that the investment is paying off. And coming back to the point, the difference between the big games and indie games, inevitably the small indie titles that don't have any marketing budget will get very many viewers through such platforms. So we're talking about millions and millions worldwide. Whether anyone or everyone who wants to play these games is a different matter, but they will be looked at, they will be tried. Some people will download. In fact, you'll have some hardcore gamers who are not that keen on watching games through streaming services for the obvious reason. They'll find that the picture quality is not as good as it should be, specifically if they are doing the games on PCs. So that is indeed the way things are today, and Phil indicated that they're very happy with the model and they feel that that's the future. I'm happy to hear that, because quite frankly I'd be very unhappy if I discovered that these streaming services were to be sent to oblivion or discontinued. I never ever had a chance to play that many games before, because Phil also talked about this. He had great concerns that the vast majority of people will not entertain certain games as they are very expensive, and games are expensive to make and they're expensive when sold in shops or digitally online, and this service is enabling people to try any games they want offered on these subscription services. And in many instances, as the games are about to disappear from Game Pass, the same people will actually purchase them. They will want to keep them, and the games are offered on reduced prices. So I think the concept is very good. The investors and the shareholders of these companies are happy. The profit margins and the overall growth is a different matter, because there always will be a big discrepancy between what a developer thinks is a success and what the investors and the shareholders will consider to be equally good. That requires further analysis, and I mean, I couldn't really comment on this. My feeling is that they will stick to the model, and that's truly encouraging. And at the end of the day, if the future is entirely through the streaming services, inevitably the costs will drop. That's the fact. And their streaming services are gaining pace. But the main thing there is, and I keep saying this again and again, Phil, if you're listening, please make sure that you definitely take this on board. I talked to lots of people in Europe who were very keen on experimenting with Xbox, very keen on investing. There are quite a few people in European Union who will be interested in buying the Xbox, but they will never ever do that unless the full access to the services is enabled. And that includes everything: Xbox Live Gold, Xbox Live, online services, Game Pass, the support services via the telephone advisors. And you can't be running services in Egypt with people who are absolutely not knowledgeable on anything Xbox related. In fact, I asked several people who answered these calls when I was asking for some Xbox support whether they knew who Phil Spencer was. And none of them knew anything about Phil Spencer, which is absolutely outrageous. You're supposed to be working for the company. You're not aware of who the boss is. In addition to lack of knowledge on anything else. I mean, my feeling is that these guys are just answering calls from any kind of company, servicing many different companies, and then just hopping from one thing to another, providing actually quite incorrect and faulty advice. And that will never ever attract attention. That's not just present with Xbox customer services. I've had exactly the same problem with Sony and also with a few other companies. So it is a way through which these companies are cutting corners and trying to save on money and expenditures at the moment where everything is so expensive, and that's just definitely not the way forward. It will definitely make them lose lots of customers. So these things have actually they need improvement. They've got to be getting better, and they need to be brought back to the in-house services, so you can talk to people who are based in America, and the guys who are really knowledgeable on any kind of Xbox service which is presently provided, instead of talking to somebody who will make sure that you lose data and that your Xbox will go dead, which is what had happened to me. And that was allegedly provided by somebody who was a technical specialist or technical problems expert. So these are the issues, and Microsoft is a massive big company. They have huge resources and they have global domination, not just with one section of the business, and they will carry on like this. They will protect their interests. But at the end of the day, what Phil's saying is very encouraging, and I really look forward to this. I really applaud Phil and his team for the inclusion of independent gamers and independent titles on the platform. I've tried very many. I enjoyed some immensely. I think they gain prominence, and they will be probably progressing up the ladder business-wise, and that's the way forward. You can't make money on every single thing that you offer. It's just the other thing people need to realize. Products, and some will lose. Even some of the big products will lose. As we've seen in the film and entertainment industries, you've got the very best intentions, but at the end of the day, it's down to people who are viewing the product, right? You can attempt to force feed them, but people will say McDonald's offer junk food, terrible food. It's not quite like that. They massively improve the quality globally. But what people like when they go there is the quality of the service. It's the speed. You go anywhere around the world and the service is exactly the same. That is what people like. That is what they will go for. It's just the very basic premise, and having a full control of those services and many people employed and delivering the same product in exactly the same way wherever you are. So at the end of the day, Microsoft is trying to develop, or Xbox team I should say, the same sort of concept globally for the gaming industry, and I think it is going to be facing a few hurdles, and obviously it will have some issues on the financial front because everything will be costing tremendously as they carry on with the plan. At the end of the day, that is the future, and if you do not subscribe to that future, you are going to be losing out. So anyway, these are just reflections and some thoughts I've had. Just bear with me a second. These are the thoughts and reflections I've had in view of the interviews I listened to yesterday, and very, very interesting. If you have a chance, just enter Phil Spencer Mount Booty on YouTube, and you'll get the videos. I think it's very refreshing to see that the executives are participating in such discussions immediately after the major showcase events. And I have to say, I thought about this yesterday. I'm a person who's been following film industry and everything film related for very many years since put, and I had never seen this degree of interactivity and connectivity with the audiences worldwide from those film-related industries or television-related industries compared to what we get with video gaming. It's just a completely different ballgame, and that is the sheer attraction that is like a magnet towards everyone who is gaming globally, worldwide. And we're talking about between 3 to 4 billion people. So people really enjoy being able to contact, discuss, and get aligned with the news, as well as being able to send messages or even sometimes get direct responses from some of the top dogs. I mean, I did get responses from some of the main people at Xbox, and I just thought, hang on a minute, it's incredible that you respond. Huge number of different types of requests to do with lots of different issues, because they are telling you exactly how the things are today, and they're trying to really make it as transparent as possible, as illuminating as practicable for everyone to know what is to be coming next. And that will be attracting future customers, and that will be seen as something very much of interest and definitely greatly appreciated by the gamers worldwide. I've got to say that if the guys from affiliate entertainment industries, and that includes television as well, so that's music, television, and film, if they don't step in with this degree of interactivity, then at the end of the day, they will lose out. I think it's all about being able to connect. One thing I talked about quite a lot here and elsewhere is the streaming services that are fully interactive. So Netflix could consider that. I've seen, I've used the app called Rabbit a little while back. It's about 5-6 years ago. And this app was giving you the easy access to anything which was browser based. So anything on the browser you could in fact stream through Rabbit, and people were able to stream Netflix, for instance, Amazon Prime, if they were regular subscribers. So if you're a subscriber, you would just literally enter the information from the browser directly to Rabbit, and you could share it with your community. So I've not done anything Netflix related because of copyrights and everything else, and I've done everything which is freely available on YouTube. These were primarily silent films, silent comedies of the 1920s and the teens of the last century. Many films that were in the past greatly loved and treasured by many generations, but not particularly well known amongst the youngsters. Had absolutely amazing sessions. Amazing sessions. People discovered comedians like Charlie Chase and Harry Langdon, people who they'd never ever previously heard about, and people discovered some of the best films of Harold Lloyd, Buster Keaton, Oliver Hardy, and Stan Laurel. The list just goes on. Chaplin, for instance, some of the early films, Keystone comedies, Mabel Normand, Edna Purviance. The list just goes on and on. Anyway, being able to stream these films through Rabbit was giving me the opportunity to introduce the titles that people know little about, the people of younger generation of today. And that is the approach that Netflix and all the other streaming platforms need to take to make sure that people can engage, watch films together, and then communicate. Evidently, if you're watching a film that requires a lot of attention, that sort of chatter may not be appreciated, but it could be left optional. Like we've had the option of having it on video, audio, and on text, and I enabled all of them, but audio was muted during the actual film viewing for the obvious reason, right? And the discussion could take place before the film or afterwards, and the discussion was very good. Guess what? One day Rabbit just disappeared. There was no more a word about the platform, and I'm absolutely certain that the big cheese, Netflix and Prime and Hollywood Studios had something to do with it. But that's the future. The future is about that degree of interactivity. Think about television series like The Last of Us or The Witcher, which is based on video games, right? And how many people who play these video games and watch the streams on Twitch would immediately migrate to Netflix to do exactly the same whilst they're watching this episode? I mean, at the end of the day, if you watch the episode 10, 15 times, you can talk, you can throw in comments, and it could be a really fertile discussion. And one can obviously indicate as you're streaming 15th viewing or 20th viewing, or our community is watching it for that many times. I think that indeed is the future, and that is the way things are going to be progressing forward, if they want to be developing a variety of different advanced platforms that will bring people in, and they will make them more interactive and more interesting, and that at the end of the day is what I want to be seeing with television, films, and entertainment industries and music. I really feel that with people like Matt Booty and all the other people who are involved on that level, we are getting that degree of engagement, transparency, interactivity, all of which is greatly appreciated by everyone in the video game community, and we get to know everything, so we can ask questions. So for instance, if you think about Starfield, one of the most hotly anticipated titles, it's just incredible. We got to know so many things prior to the release, and everyone is well prepared. Evidently people have very high expectations, but think about 10-15 years ago, where everything would have been kept under wraps up to the point where the game was released on the day. It's just a completely different approach, and I really quite like transparency, and I like the idea that we are trying to connect with so many people who are interested in a particular subject, and we want to really make them fully engaged. I personally feel that this form of communication will pave the way for the future of humanity, because the way I see it, the advancement of science, medicine, technology, and everything else has been based on the information share, and the fact that people are able to talk, and somebody who was knowledgeable could share his knowledge with juniors, and the juniors would come in and then become even more knowledgeable or more able. So being able to share information is obviously considering the information that can be shared, that is not of any sort of detriment to national security or anything else, but that is the way to go forward. If there's no talking, there is no any advancement. We are social beings. We've got to be connecting with others in order to first of all feel together within a community, and in order to share our experiences and views. It's also bioorganic. We have got to use that degree of electrical energy that we have within us, all the other functions, so in order to be able to feel tired, to feel that we need to recharge overnight when we sleep, and generally to feel happy, energized, and motivated for another day. Anyway, I need to take a short break, and as soon as I come back, we are going to be carrying on with additional discussions. I'll be telling you about our community members and people who indeed were sending us messages and sending us questions and requests, and we'll have good look at the news, because I received quite a few things during the last couple of days, and we need to see at we need to look at all these ins and outs of what's been happening since Monday. So just stay with us. I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'm back, my friends. I had to take a short break, and as I said, we are going to be talking about our community members' questions and the requests that were coming in during the last few days, and also we'll be examining the news, everything that's been coming to us on the wire. Quite a lot of things are happening in the industry at the moment, so we'll have a very good look at all that indeed had transpired. So first of all, there was a question in here from Jessica, and she said, what made you come back to Destiny? Jessica sent me another question last week that we were discussing as well. So thank you, Jessica. I'm very grateful for your question. In fact, Matthias and a few other people from our community asked the same question a few weeks ago. I'd like to say that I'm not coming back to Destiny out of the blue. I play Destiny continuously, and generally I play Destiny 2 at present, but Destiny 1 is the game that's aligned with the channel, and we've been doing it from the very beginning, really from the day one, as this channel indeed had been initiated in 2018. So it's not really like a big return. I play lots of different games, and I follow everything that's happening in our video gaming community and the gaming community worldwide, as well as in the industry. So obviously I'm engaged with lots of different titles. I've tried different things here on the channel over the years, albeit with Destiny being the main game from the day one. But I also, just bear with me a second, I've got some messages coming in here. I also try to engage with other communities. We have still two other communities attached to the channel. One is based on Warzone and the other on Apex. So Destiny, and that's Destiny, well, Destiny Universe, Destiny 1 and 2, joined together, as well as Warzone and Apex, were the three games that I stream here extensively over the years. And we always have one big game that we like the most, the game that we are mostly attached to, be it Diablo or Halo or Mass Effect or Elder Scrolls, and then we have a look at the other ones. So I've not actually come back to Destiny. However, I did decide that what we do here on the channel will be entirely Destiny based, and that is to do with our community. I've had messages from people who love Destiny and they're not that keen on PvP. They don't really like the Crucible, and they don't like Warzone or Apex. So I thought, well, if we are to thrive, if we are to be expanding on our membership, and if we are to be providing both services and support here for those who are very vulnerable, we'll try to align it to one title, notably Destiny 1. And if, for instance, I want to be streaming a bit of PvP, then I can set up a separate PvP gaming session that will not be interfering with the schedule. Or if we want to be doing something that's based on our community participation, I can do that as well. And we can schedule a special session for that. So it will be Destiny plus, right? At times, we may have some games that are connected to mental health, like the games that represent it. Well, for instance, Hellblade, and we can have, for instance, Life is Strange. I think two titles that come to mind straight away. We can schedule a session which is #gamers for mental health, and then we'll do the game. These games are not particularly lengthy. They don't have the multitude of activities compared to what we have here, and there will be then a perfect addition to all that we do. So basically, Destiny 1 had come back here as a as a title that is aligned with the channel. I'll always stream Destiny, wouldn't say every day, but on most days, in order to provide the content and indeed interactivity and participation for the vast majority of our community members. As you've seen, I did come back, and we've had quite a few new people joining us, people who were perhaps watching channel in the past but were not excited about the picture quality, which was due to my poor internet connection. I should say the poor internet service provision in our local area where I live, which is in London, amongst all places. We have very, very bad internet in Britain, generally speaking, as far as the latest or the fastest speeds are concerned, which is always very surprising to all of our friends worldwide. I mean, I talk to people from at least 50 different countries. They're all absolutely appalled that we are having such problems. To tell you the truth, we are bridging the gap with these 5G and 4G routers, and anyone who is a streamer, I would recommend you to take or purchase one of those. Do not resort to the products offered by Virgin or anyone else, which are extremely expensive and still providing you with very poor quality speeds. With 5G access to speeds, you are getting a very, very high speed both for download and for the upload. And these are... Oh, Gail's here. Hello, Gail. How are you doing? Good to see you. Thanks very much for joining us. Very good to see you. And welcome. I'm still doing my introduction, and we are talking about the messages that had arrived from our community members, so just discussing a bit of a Q&A. Right, so that was all in response to Jessica. And as I said, for everyone who is a dedicated Destiny gamer, streamer, Twitch, Destiny channel viewer, this is obviously very good news for everyone. In addition to that, with my new internet speeds, which on 5G 4G router, you notice that the picture quality was much superior. We are able to import overlays, which was not possible during the first 4 years, and everything's looking a bit sort of better, a bit more up to scratch, a bit more aligned with the next gen. The only thing that is not working here with my stream is the streaming on Xbox. I have a brand new Xbox Series X that doesn't perform on Twitch, and that's to do with the Twitch app and the problems which I guess the Xbox team is having with the integration of Twitch app into their kind of streaming tabs via the menu, and it just doesn't work. It's just one problem after another. You can't record sound properly, the broadcaster's voice keeps coming and going, the streams just immediately suddenly end. It is absolutely appalling, and I think that must be to do with the idea that Microsoft and perhaps even Twitch want people to be using the streaming platform through PCs, because I can see that Microsoft and Xbox are pursuing the route of do it on PCs. Twitch does have a greater control on PC over what people are attempting to monetize, and that must be the key reason. Anyway, that's a story for another day. Gail's asking, I'm very good. How are you? I'm great. I'm great. Really looking forward to engage with our community yet again, and I look forward to all that is to follow, both our gameplay and our discussions here live online. Really look forward to that. How are you? How are you doing? Are you doing Destiny 2 perhaps at the same time? You completed the weekly story mission or the content that would have come our way since the yesterday's reset. How's everything? Right, so that was the first question. The second question is asking us about the seasonal content. So James is asking, I'm really enjoying the season of the Deep as it is today. There is a lot of good content. I love the story missions. I particularly like fishing and diving. But why is it that so many people are so displeased with the content and complaining so much on Reddit and Twitter? Well, thanks very much, James. This is a very good, and I think I echoed some of your appreciations during the last few weeks here on my channel. I find generally the content of the recent season to be very good. Thoroughly enjoyed it, but I keep saying this again and again. Lots of these negative comments keep coming from the gamers who do it in solitary fashion. You don't have these comments on Reddit coming from somebody who does the works with a team. There have been complaints about crashes. When you do raid with a team of 6, or you do nightfall with a team of 3, or you do some pinnacle activities, if the game's crashing due to errors, due to the glitches, you know, the weasels, baboons, anteaters of this world, then the frustration arises from that team, and these are the gamers who always do it with their mates or with their community members, and they get very, very frustrated. So that's one section which is based on technical issues, and Bungie is spending all of the time trying to resolve them. I've got to say, I received a message from them the other day, which was in response to my complaint, saying that they had completely resolved Weasel and Baboon and all the other messages. That's not quite relevant. We played the game yesterday, or day before yesterday. The error messages were popping up and were being booted from some of our activities. So I think it's likely to be a DDoS attack on the servers, similar to what Blizzard experienced with Diablo 4. They've not declared that publicly because, you know, there are sometimes issues for the companies if, for instance, they declare they suffer from DDoS attack because the shareholders, the investors, want to know why is it that their security is not good enough, and all the other monetary or financial issues could come up straight away. So they're keeping that under the wraps. But I can't think about anything else but that sort of, you know, hacking attack like cyber terrorism. I can't imagine that Bungie allowing this sort of interference to be persisting. Coming back to our friend who was asking about the content of the season, I think the community is divided. There are people who want a lot more story-based content, and there are those who want to be having a lot more fighting, you know, shooting, grinding type of content, and everyone has his own particular idea on what they would like to see within such seasons. I generally think that the season of content Destiny from the beginning has been awesome, and I liked it. It may not be awesome for those people who are playing Destiny 5-6 hours every single day and want to be having continuously the new content arriving in order for them to be entertaining the gameplay. That's never going to happen in any game. The seasons are delivered within a format of 3 to 4 months, and we are being given this content in order to play leisurely. You know, the game developers always keep in mind the idea that the majority of people work and they don't have the time to play the games all night long. So even with this season, for instance, what I really find interesting is that the leveling up on the ranks is very rapid. It's much faster than any other season I've entertained here from the beginning, and I played every one of the seasons since the seasons were launched in Destiny 2. So you know, there are these kinds of novelties and introductions, and they really want you to be pinnacle activities, because those pinnacle activities are giving you a lot more loot, and you are then completing, for instance, many bounties at once if you collected, let's say, 10 or 12, and that is accelerating the leveling up. But you know, if somebody levels up within 3 weeks, they go to level 100, they'll feel the season's not worth their money. They would want to be getting more, and I think that is something that cannot be corrected. The seasons have been very, very different from the beginning. We've had a different type of content given and delivered, and I feel that Bungie have been listening to the community overall and responded to various concerns. For instance, when there had to be changing the weapons ability or how pertinent something within the game was, and the changes overall to the structure, you know, like with mods and the grinding we get for that. I think that's all very good. Modding, crafting of weapons, and all the other issues. I'm just responding to James because he was asking, you know, about the content overall is not going to be for the majority of the players. That will be for Destiny veterans and people kind of really enjoy one particular title. People want to spend a lot of time crafting, generating mods, applying like one loadout for one activity, and that's been coming from the community. You know, the hardcore veterans were asking, can you please update us or upgrade the whole thing on the loadout? So today we can basically set up different loadouts, and why not? I mean, you set up like one loadout for raids, or for one raid as it goes, another loadout for another raid, and a third loadout for your nightfalls. You can be constantly adjusting and changing, and I think this is brilliant. This is greatly appreciated. I love it, and I think it is not going to be always liked by the novice players. It will take a bit of time for them to get used to it. I've got to respond to Gail because I can see Gail's writing and Gail's saying, I'm playing Destiny 2 and I've finished the deep dive quest. I'm solo. I have never experienced a game-breaking problem. I still have more content to play. Bear with me, my voice is going again. I went for a walk the other day and we had this massive big drop in temperature, and gone out in shorts and t-shirt, and then it was very breezy. So 2 nights ago I woke up at night and I could feel that my throat was a bit croaky, you know, and didn't develop really. It went away yesterday, but my voice is still a bit sensitive, so that's the reason for that. I would apologize for that to all of our viewers. Always have you know, like hot drink and water with lemon here with me to make sure that I don't get these kinds of issues. But you know, it's unlike on radio, we do it bit by bit. In here we have it on a longer stretch, and that does affect my my voice. I can hear that Gail is playing Destiny 2 and I'm a solo player. Why are you a solo player? How come that you don't do it with teams? I'm quite curious. Is it that you do not have anyone to play with you together to do strikes, or do you just prefer solo activity? I'm just quite curious, you know. I just think that Destiny is always best enjoyed and best played in a team, and a team will always bring in extra people, you know, friends of friends and people who are basically part of some Twitch-based community, and you have quite a few people then coming in, and it becomes very, very funny, very enjoyable. So you know, I'm quite curious to see as to why you decided to play it solo, right? And also, like I said, oh, Gail says, I have no friends really. Well, I'll tell you one thing. As you joined our channel, I know that Zenith gifted you the subscription. You talk to people in here and make friends with them, right? Because people who come in here, and if you're regular on the channel, will want to talk to you, and they will offer a helping hand, and you don't have to be entering the live online broadcast here with me in order to get these friends. But you know, you can basically team up with them and do it in your own time, and it will be a very rewarding experience. We've had quite a few solo players who came to our channel for the exact same reason. They wanted to make new friends, and you know what? They walked away with loads of friends. They became really connected to the global community of players, and one day they will play with people from New Zealand, Australia, South Africa, next day from Spain, Portugal and France, and then from somebody from Finland and Norway and Sweden, you know, the whole world in itself. And that is absolutely terrific. I've got to tell you that I still have a few of my regulars who have not been coming back every day because they're very, very busy at the moment, or they don't have access to consoles, or that, you know, there are other technical reasons. But once they are, for some people, schedule, people come in from all kinds of time zones, you know, and then it's hard to fit in. I know that for our friends in Australia and New Zealand, it's really difficult, because this would be the streaming here, I think, let me think, 12 hours. It's already about 2 o'clock in the morning in Australia, so it's a bit difficult if they work, you know. And Gail says, I have like one raid clear, and then I made a friend. Alright. So that is as you completed the raid. Well, you know, just talk to people in here. When you see anybody typing and chatting, make sure you connect with them, ask them some questions about Destiny or the gaming history, the experience, or other games to play, and you know, you'll make loads of friends in here. That's the whole purpose behind this channel, is to prevent loneliness in gaming, you know, because what we have here with Twitch and with other streaming platforms, like for instance YouTube or Facebook or Instagram, is exactly the opposite. We are then connecting with everyone worldwide, and this channel doesn't have my video on, you know, so people can see what I look like, or what kinds of clothes I wear, or, you know, the general type of approach that some streamers have. It's all about spoken word and the quality content. So we talk about really important things, and we talk about them in very, very interesting ways. And you know, there isn't just any subject that we would not talk about in here. We talk about games, but then connect with all other subjects that are related, like, you know, things that happen out there in real life, and it really helps. It makes our content certainly highly noticeable for other participants, and you know, many people come in because they enjoy it. We also have quite a few people who work in video game industry, people who actually are developers, people who are working on certain games, and they always pop in, they listen to us because they're interested to hear what other community members stroke gamers think about certain titles, what they think about the interactivity, what they think about Twitch and this sort of communication. So no, it's always interesting. Very good to hear from Gail. Gail is one of our newest members here, and I know that Zenith had gifted a monthly subscription to Gail as well, which was terrific to see. So please do enjoy it. Hope you have a lot of connections, a lot of interactions, and most importantly, I hope you will make new friends, so that you will always have at least, let's say, between half dozen and dozen people who will want to join you for your gaming sessions, because Destiny is a community effort-based game. Unlike some FPS games where you are doing your own thing like a single player, in here it's all about that squad. It's all about the team, and this is where Destiny becomes enjoyable. I'd say maybe 80% of the complaints I see on Reddit and Twitter come from solo gamers. People are kind of frustrated that they are not provided with enough content, and also sometimes frustrated with the difficulty levels. And the difficulty levels are not always tweaked. Sometimes they're based on an activity that actually needs 3 or 6 people. It's a requirement in order to finish the activity. And if you're doing it solo, it turns out to be very, very difficult. Anyway, let me just move on to other questions. I have another question here saying, you talked about Elder Scrolls and you compared it with Destiny. So thank you for that. Mary is writing, she's from the US. How do you see the Destiny game developing in relation to Elder Scrolls? Do you think they'll apply the same concept? Are they going to be bringing in a lot more of Destiny 1? Excellent question, and I'm so glad to see that you were watching, Mary, some of our streams. Thank you for that. You picked up on a very important point, because I did link Elder Scrolls with the channel and talked about myself initially deciding between the two games. I thought initially that Elder Scrolls could be better because of its longevity, 20 years of Elder Scrolls with video gamers, and I also thought the community was very friendly, very family friendly, very inclusive. On the other hand, I did spot that with Destiny there was a lot more of that urgency to do certain tasks, which meant people would come to the channel in order to learn, in order to join in, and that was a perfect way to which I could actually build my own community. So I've gone for Destiny for that reason alone. It seemed like a more dynamic, faster community building type of game compared to Elder Scrolls. Elder Scrolls have lots of members, and also many people watch it online, which meant it would take me longer if I was to be streaming Elder Scrolls Online to build a community. So that was the main reason. The concept that Destiny had described, the concept that Bungie described was very similar to what ZeniMax are doing with the Elder Scrolls Online. I don't know exactly what's happened to it, because we've heard already 3 years ago that they want to be introducing a lot more of that story-driven content, and that started in a big way with Shadowkeep expansion, right? We did see immediately some changes through the NPCs and how, for instance, the Guardian talked to them, and or the Ghost as it goes, and we've seen the progression down this route. We also have seen that they imported some of the raids from Destiny 1 into the sequel. We've seen that the entire map of Cosmodrome at the beginning of Destiny 1 had been imported to the sequel, and we also did hear that Bungie wanted to have this as a one big everlasting, ever-evolving Destiny universe. So if it is Destiny universe, and if it is evolving, then at the end of the day, I'm expecting to have all the maps brought in from the original game. I'm not sure in what format, in what shape, and in what activities, but if you compare, for instance, the moon that is in Destiny 1 and compare it with what we managed to get out of Shadowkeep, it's just like more developed. It's bigger, it is more immersive, better quality graphics, a lot more to do, many more beasts and enemies, and all of that is telling me that that is the future. I think they've slowed down on the old content being imported, as they've seen that they were getting some flack for that. I have seen that on Reddit there were lots of Destiny veterans attached to the first game who were unhappy that instead of being offered completely new content, i.e. the Witch Queen or Beyond Light type of expansion, we were getting the old rehashed. You can't make everyone happy, But I personally feel that with the new expansion coming in, we can always have some of the golden oldie type of content imported as well. And I think that is likely to be the future. I'm very, very excited and very impatient to see the showcase in August. All of us should be watching it. Obviously, I will alert you well before you know exactly the date and time and everything else. I'll try to see whether I can also stream it, because sometimes they allow the streamers to be doing exactly the same, restreaming the live broadcast, and you know, we'll find out. But anyway, the direction that Bungie are taking, and all that is based on Destiny universe, will be stated there and then. That will be the major introduction of the last DLC of the saga of the Darkness and the Light. And I've got to stress again, lots of people had wrongly understood the statement from Bungie. The ending of the saga is the ending of a chapter. Okay, so that's not the ending of the overall game. And whether you feel that some people are wanting the game to end, or whether they're just so unhappy with the content, is hard to tell. But I can certainly tell you the overall idea is for Destiny to develop in a different shape. Destiny, or now is it going to be, let me think, it's 2017, what is it then? 17, that's 6 years, right, of the sequel, roughly. Correct me if I'm mistaken. You know, I'm not that good with dates generally. Yeah, they may be considering a somewhat different approach and somewhat different direction. What that's going to be like, we'll see. We know full well from our video gaming experience and from other communities, dedicated gamers to one title, like for instance Mass Effect, Elder Scrolls, do not appreciate major changes. Full stop. It's just not appreciated. I want to just tell Mary, who sent us this comment, I'm playing Andromeda, Mass Effect Andromeda at the moment, a game that I kind of didn't particularly like in view of my absolute fascination with the original trilogy on its release, and I want to complete it. You know, I want to, like, I completed Legendary. I've done everything in Legendary. That's taken me more than 700 hours. And which is astonishing considering it's a single player game, you know. I'm doing now Andromeda. I've completed, if I'm not mistaken, between 70 and 80 hours so far, and the estimate is, oops, that's disappearing. I apologize for this. Is Bungie doing this to me always when I talk, and they should not, as they could see that there is activity on the channel. Yeah, so I think the estimated length of Andromeda is about between 250 to 300 hours. So I've not gone even down the route of doing the third. And I'm doing it every night, bit by bit, a couple of hours every day. What I didn't like, or what I don't like in Andromeda is the change of direction, and the game, although having the BioWare signature in terms of the concept, does feel different. You know, you feel it's a bit like a franchise type of game done by a different studio where there aren't any. It was a risk to take. They wanted to import, well, they wanted to first of all import some of the ideas from the trilogy. They didn't want the majority of the characters to be in it, so it's like an offshoot, and it doesn't kind of tie in with the overall concept of the trilogy. So think of Star Wars Rogue One, for instance, you know, the film that is very much part of the saga, but actually it's not part of the series in full, and or part of the legends, this, you know, whatever you call it. And also what they've done in Andromeda is they introduced that massive big open world, right? The open world is generally, in most games, very hard to create in such way to be fully connected to the story. The difficulty in such open world activities is that you're being sentenced to doing mundane tasks that are boring and of no significance as far as the story is concerned. I watched Todd Howard, the Bethesda boss, the other day. He was doing lots of interviews in view of the Starfield release, and he said, if there's one thing I can be really proud of in, you know, over the years of myself being involved with Bethesda and all the games we produced, is that in Elder Scrolls and in really excelled in that respect. So you do the open world, but all the activities are so well kind of aligned with the story that you don't feel you're doing something that's completely meaningless, and you always have that. And I thought about it quite a bit, and I had to remind myself, because I played all these games over the years, and I think I agree. The first thing you notice in Andromeda, you come to a planet, it's got loads of different tasks, but so many tasks are explore an empty base, hardly anything to do in there. Explore the minerals, you need to do mining somewhere, you need to do this and the other. The other thing is they introduced in Andromeda this massive big amount of weaponry, and you can mod those weapons, and you can choose different weapons for different characters, but at the end of the day the battle sequences do not require these types of very advanced weapons. You can have any weapon and you can still get to these missions. To be fair, there are some bosses and there are some activities that are quite difficult, but you don't have to be having all these weapons in order to complete this mission. So, you know, the actual grinding in order to get and all the battles and everything else, it doesn't really fully fledge. It doesn't really give you the amount of satisfaction that you would get if it was, I guess, closer to what we have here in Destiny. So that feels like an empty run, and varies from very retro looking to high quality state-of-the-art graphics. It doesn't have the visuals or the aura of the trilogy. So all these things are really a serious kind of thumbs down experience for myself. And I don't know if anybody else played Andromeda, you can tell me what you think. I've not even gone down the route of multiplayer. They've got one section with the multiplayer, but again, I think multiplayer, as far as I could see, I've gone already through almost 1/3 of the game, had not been aligned with the story in everything I've done so far. Possibly I'll reach that at a later stage. I'm not sure whether it's similar to the strikes in here. I'm not sure, but it felt disjointed, you know. So with Destiny, I don't really feel that. They are working on this sort of integration of the narrative with the activity, and as you've seen with the recent Season of Deep, we have activities sometimes that start out as a new thing, and then it's a Gambit style match towards the end, right at the last section. In fact, Zenith and me were doing it this week, and I've done it with Sekopupu on the previous week, and I quite like the idea, because the first part of the strike is different, and then the other part, the end part, is a bit repetitive, but you get different bosses and you can do it together with others. It blends in well with the story because the bosses are linked with the story. So I mean, it's still not perfect, but definitely a lot better. Anyway, coming back to the question that Mary asked, I think that the future of Destiny is going to be probably somewhere on the frequency of Elder Scrolls Online. So they will keep. You've seen that they downsized on Gambit. I'm not sure why, and there are complaints at the moment about Gambit. People said, well, you told us that Gambit will flourish, and it has not been touched at all for the last 2 years. And I personally think that downgrading Gambit was not a good idea. I really like the original concept, you know, winning it when you play 3 matches and it's with the best out of 3, and it just felt more engaged. It felt more competitive to a degree, and much better than the Crucible, because guess what, in Gambit you had PvP and PvE, so it required different skills, right? You can have one member of your team who's doing the incursions, or trying to eliminate 2 or 3 members of your team trying to eliminate the PvP guys, you know, who are doing excursions against you, and then the other guys could be doing the ads and PvE. So I've really liked the activity, and I never found it boring. I always find it very interesting because of that. It's sort of similar to the Dark Zone in the Division, where you never know when you come across somebody whether they are, well, you do actually, but still, you know, when you are so walking the streets, you're not sure whether you're going to be jumped by the game or another player. So that makes it you know, curious and interesting. And every single match or every single gameplay will have a different aura depending on who you are like to be meeting in there. Anyway, that's just the thoughts. My thought is, in response to Mary, that we are going to be getting the direction that will be closer to Elder Scrolls Online. Yeah, so a lot more of the story and many more maps being brought in, which doesn't exclude also the content that's currently vaulted. There's been a lot of dissatisfaction about this vaulting, and I think in terms of the trading standards, I'm surprised. I'm really surprised that nobody in the US had brought Bungie to the FTC, to the Federal Trade Commission, because really offering services and then withdrawing them afterwards, and people paid for them, and they've been promised that these services will be long-lasting, is questionable. And I think anyway, it needs to be questioned. I want to invite our community members to ask many more questions and to ask Bungie about the reasons for this, right? Because they should be able to create a separate game like Destiny Legacy, or on a separate server through which people can enjoy the old content, and also to make the content replayable. I don't know whether the problem is with the size of the servers, the space they have, or whether it's connected to something else. Possibly to the servers being overloaded with too many players and activities, and therefore having constant crashes and error message. I mean, these are all various possibilities, but don't forget, the tech is rapidly evolving. It's developing, and it's possible that in a few years, none of these companies will have any more difficulties with storage because of various other things that have been introduced to the industries on the technical side of things. So it's worth us keeping an eye out and being patient, and then enjoying the content. In order to enjoy the content, you have got to be doing it for other people. So coming back to Gale, I'm not sure whether Mary is a single player, or it's most important that one has these squads fully on board and a good group of friends. I also want to say to Mary, are you playing on PlayStation or Xbox? Oh no, I remember you said you're a PC gamer. The reason I'm asking is that on Xbox there are groups, and there are many interactive community forums. Even if you are on PC, you can enter some of these groups, and you can be posting messages asking others to join you, and you can specify what your profile is, like what sort of gamer you actually are, in order not to get somebody who's completely different. It could be unpleasant, abrasive. And so these postings are on various groups. You get other people come in, and I think that's also very useful. PlayStation is less interactive, and I think if you're a PC gamer, you can probably do it through Steam. There are some form. I've not explored the Steam forums for Destiny, but I can certainly tell you, Reddit. Reddit is a very good way through which Twitch channels and Reddit, I would say, are by far the best. On Reddit, you keep asking questions, and others will respond. The questions have got to be short and crisp, and definitely tied in just to Destiny the game and nothing else. And you will get responses. And with Twitch, as you could see, people communicate, and therefore you can squad up with them. Anyway, hope. So my assumption, which I hope will be clarified as we watch the showcase event, Destiny will be pursuing the system. So not a story, not something that is immediately identifiable. It's the system of that degree of interactivity and blending. Seldon in Elder Scrolls is the maps. They brought in the maps from single player games, and some of the characters are exactly the same, and they got new activities and characters. So that's really incredible, because they're satisfied to a degree the old veterans of the game. I guess some may be unhappy with some of the changes, but it's sort of a very good, very clever way of blending two different types of content, and I guess making it easily understood. That's the other thing. I've seen that they released quite a lot of expansions. I've not played the game extensively, the Elder Scrolls Online, but I definitely liked what I've seen, and I thought it was definitely a very good approach. It's definitely aligned with the future of this sort of ever-evolving online world, because at the end of the day, Elder Scrolls have been around for more than 20 years, and we are seeing that degree of growth and interactivity. I don't think their communities were ever more interactive compared to what they are today. They're just absolutely amazing, and I very, very strongly recommend everyone to check out the game. That's Elder Scrolls Online. Anytime I walk to the wild, I had at least half a dozen people approaching me straight away. Immediately, they want to come in. Didn't matter at all what level I was on. They just want to come in and have some fun together with me. So similar to what you had originally many years back in Diablo 2. You know, they would see you walk and they will come in and say, do you want to join me? And you join, and then you sort of run battles. It's that sort of thing. Right, so next question was about gaming and mental health. And somebody's asked, it's actually Yolanda. And Yolanda is somebody who works for the Mind charity. And she was asking how everything was going. I received a message on Twitter, and thank you, Yolanda, for asking. And first of all, I want to thank Mind for supporting all that we do here and providing us with additional publicity, and so I really much appreciate it. And what I can tell you, it's going very single stream. We talk about your charity, and we talk gaming and mental health. We talk about healthy and ethical gaming. We talk about the importance of fundraising for charities in general, as well as raising funds for yourselves. For anyone who's not familiar, Mind is a UK charity that provides services, professional services, for people who are experiencing emotional pressure or mental health issues. And they run the services in community by volunteers and professional counselors and therapists, and anyone can approach them in order to register and then get sessions allocated. Obviously, there are quite a few people approaching Mind, and there will be waiting lists, but this is the service that provides such invaluable support to the most vulnerable members of our community, particularly people who experience psychiatric history, were in hospitals and are medicated. It's fundamental, as we today run non-residential psychiatric services, very different to what was provided in the past, that people get involved. It's very difficult to get any sessions through hospitals and the statutory organizations, but Mind is a charity and provides that on an ongoing basis, and everyone can get attached to one of those branches. Also, in order to support Mind, I need to stress this, you can purchase various goods in the shops run by the charity. Mind shops are present in every high street of Britain, and you can go there and purchase second-hand goods, which are offered there through donations, and pay minimal amount for the vast majority of those. And therefore, every single purchase will go to Mind as a charitable contribution. So that's quite different to the way things are run in some other countries. But with us, we've got the shops, and whatever you purchase in there, the entire turnover will go directly to the charity, and you will be seen as a patron, as a donor, and by doing so, like supporting this channel and supporting the overall fundraising, and particularly by donating, you are becoming one of those people who's saving lives, you know, because if there are funds coming in, the charity will be able to recruit more volunteers. The volunteers will be trained by the professionals. They will be assisting professional sessions and other counsellors in all sorts of tasks, you know, and delivering the services in our local communities, and therefore the lives will be saved. It's not possible to describe how important that is. If you are feeling that your life is being destroyed by emotional pressure or mental difficulty, or, God forbid, severe mental illness or neurological disorder, then you are receiving that assistance. And that assistance is saving your life. It's putting you back on track. You are regaining control. And all of that is priceless, you know. So if you have a moment to read the information, just click on the link, which I'll post it again, and support the charity. You know, you don't have to be donating. You can be spreading the word. You can be retweeting. You can be posting other bits of information through your social networking to get people involved. As many of us become involved, more people will get to know about the charity, and therefore there is a scope for funding and for the receipt of funds coming from various sources, as well as allowing ordinary members in our communities to feel strong enough to approach the charity for help. Because sometimes people feel, oh, I should be strong enough to resolve things myself. I don't have to go there. Better if I don't go there. I feel shy. These are private issues. Anyone else going to talk about me if I go there, etc., etc. Just ignore that. You know, put it to bed. Make an appointment. Go up there. Talk about the issues, and you will feel greatly, greatly strengthened just by talking, just by opening up, just by going to the chat. discussing this. And also, if we have anyone in our community who is a gamer and is based in the UK and is experiencing that sort of pressure and sometimes having difficulty with, sleep, not sleeping at night, but resorting to online activity, be it through gaming or anything else, well, if you feel that you're under some sort of emotional pressure, if you're facing certain worries, and you need some assistance, the assistance does not have to be long term, could be just a couple of sessions. Make sure you approach Mind, and they will put you on track. They will provide you with that support and additional services that will help you. Alright, so let me think. We talked quite a lot about our community content and everything else, and time's gone by. Let me just very quickly see if we have enough time to squeeze in some more news. I apologize for the voice and all that's happening yet again. Yeah, it's a bit of a croaky throat, and that is what it is, and I can't do anything about it. Let me just quickly have a look at... this is the wrong thing. I'll just very quickly run to some of the news there, and you can respond to anyone who is very keen on anything industry related. You can follow my Twitter. On Twitter, you'll get curated news. I collect them from the best online gaming hubs, and that's Games Radar, Game Rant, Eurogamer, etc, etc. The list goes on. I got about 10 of these, and VGC, for instance. I read them every day. That's what I do first thing in the morning, and I make sure that the curated news, i.e. the news that are of interest to everyone, are being given and provided there within that format that is accessible on Twitter. So if you're interested, just click on that follow, and you get all the news. If you're not keen on getting dozens and dozens of news on your newsfeed, and obviously this may not be for you to be following, you still can pop in from time to time by going to my Twitch and clicking on my Twitter, and then reading the news and selecting whatever is of interest to you. So we've heard that Rockstar is working on Grand Theft Auto 6, and they're still deciding whether to embrace the remaster and remake of the original game. So I'm just quite curious to see whether there's going to be either remake. There is a huge demand coming from for that, and they said that by the next installment of Grand Theft Auto, other major franchises may have to be waiting, and people are very, very impatient about this. And we know that lots of people asking for extra content really to come in to the but it looks likely to pacify some of the community members. They will be working on the remaster rather than the remake. So that's the latest news that we have. From today, we are getting 3 freebies on PlayStation Plus, Extra and Premium. So if you are on PlayStation, and if you are subscribing to Plus, which I believe everyone is who is on PlayStation, make sure you claim these games. We are getting 3 games, and let me see, these games are the games I really kind of looked forward to play. One of them in particular, the first game, is Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. We played this game quite a bit on release, as it was offered on beta and then on freebies, like free weekends, and I've got to say that the game had quite a few technical problems at the time, and I'm quite curious. I'm a great fan of Call of Duty franchise. I've played Warzone extensively and some of the other games in the past, so definitely very, very interested. And if you are a subscriber, you just click on the link and you're getting it for free. So please, I keep saying that to everyone, if you are subscribed to PlayStation Plus, never ever forget to claim the freebies. Because if you don't claim those freebies, eventually Sony might decide not to offer any. And you definitely want to have that sort of archive of freebies in your library. So the first one is Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. And that is a cross-gen bundle, right? So you can then, after downloading it, play with other people who are on PCs and Xbox. Number 2, and that's a hugely important title in view of its sequel that will be released in, I think, is it in September, October? Alan Wake Remastered. I talked a lot about Alan Wake 2 here on my broadcast, but the PlayStation are giving us the remaster, which actually is quite expensive otherwise, for free. So click on that button and get it. And then we have Endling Extinction is Forever. So that's the third game as well. And as I said, all of them are out at the moment. And I'm just reading the article here. It says that Alan Wake 2 is out on October the 17th of 2023. So that will be 5 weeks after the release of Starfield. Alright, so that is all about PlayStation. We heard from many different gamers who play Destiny 2 that they feel very frustrated because there's been a change with the orbs. I want to ask Gail, have you spotted the changes? Or anybody else who's watching, are you having issues with these orbs? Because I've not really spotted it much, but apparently Destiny 2 players are unhappy with the recent change involving Orbs of Power in the current sandbox. Orbs of Power allow everyone to gain super energy and activate certain armor mod perks, but some long-time community members believe Bungie made a detrimental change to these valuable orbs. So we have Strand Darkness subclasses introduced, but Orbs of Power will still retain the original function of granting super energy to Guardians. Armor mods may increase the chance of getting Orbs Power with elemental weapon and grenade kills, reduce ability cooldown upon retrieval of an orb, and grant armor charges under special conditions. Guardian loadouts that generate a plentiful amount of Orbs of Power are helpful in Vanguard and seasonal activity sessions. Some people are not happy with this, and particularly with in-game physics in the current season. So one chap on Reddit said that recent Orbs of Power change adversely, read it wrongly. He believes that the recent change is adversely affecting his behavior within the sandbox, causing the orbs to roll out of the player's reach while playing in-game activities. Before this season, Orbs of Power would typically stay put on the ground after being successfully generated from super ability. Well, you know, people can be unhappy with this, but I just think that I have not really spotted a major difference. Gail also is listening and saying I have not seen any major differences. The difference that this chap is describing is that they will not be on the floor for you to walk through them to pick up, but sometimes they'll be splashed, you know, so they'll be all over the shop. Well, you just have to run and collect them. That's all there is. And anybody else? Any other takes? Has anyone else noticed any differences? Well, I haven't, and I'm quite curious to see whether other people also had the same problem. You know, you always find somebody who's unhappy with something, but there is a big difference between you being in raid, like us the other day, and then you get Anteater, Weasel, and Baboon, and you're kicked out, you need to start everything from the beginning. Obviously, the whole team will be furious if this keeps happening again and again, compared to something like the issue that's been just described, which I feel is a bit picky. That's my own experience. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's a serious issue, but I've not spotted it yet. Mobile phone simulation games are very popular because they offer portable, engaging gaming sims at any time, and there is some sort of suggestion on what games we can play on mobile if we're interested in simulation. So you have Sims Free Play, SimCity Build It, The Simpsons Tapped Out, Goat Simulator. That's a very good game actually, Goat Simulator. Zenith. Hello Zenith, how are you doing? Good to see you, thank you for joining us. Zenith says, it's a problem that I have experienced. In Endgame, it's a problem. Can you just elaborate a bit how it affected you? Because I thought what this chap described seemed a bit pedestrian, didn't seem to be very significant. Is it that you cannot easily collect it, or is it that the orbs are being splashed out over like a large area, or is it not possible to collect them straight away? I've not come across this yet, but maybe I'm just underestimated the size of the problem. If you just let us know a bit about what your experience was, and obviously other people like Gail can pick up on this, because obviously neither myself nor Gail experienced it. So I played Goat Simulator. It's a very good game, and Fallout Shelter, again, for anyone who's a huge fan of franchise, you will want to pull out your phone and download Fallout Shelter and enjoy it. It's a simulation. And then you have Plague Incorporated. So it's a game dealing with a massive pandemic. So well, not sure how attractive this is to be played today after the dreadful COVID pandemic, but still, it's available. Real Flight Simulator, which is also a realistic and immersive experience. It's not as good as the Microsoft Flight Simulator, but still, it'll give you some tips and a bit of a way-in before you enter the Microsoft's masterpiece. Stardew Valley is the other game that I would highly recommend. It's very, very great fun, and it's fairly old, but many people still play it. And it's also a simulator. So that's Stardew Valley. Then we have My Time in Portia. Portia is a very, very popular game. And then number one suggested here is PewDiePie's Tuber Simulator. So, you know, the well-known streamer who had some legal problems in recent times. This is like being him within a sim game. Zenith says they roll all over the place and commonly roll off and out of play. I see. So they literally run away from you, even if you wanted to run and pick up some of them, and then they just go away. And Gail says I played the PewDiePie's simulator, and Gail also confirmed that he did have some legal problems. Well, he stepped out, didn't he, at one time? He kind of unsubscribed or whatever, left YouTube, and then came back. I didn't really follow the details. I never watched his streams, so I'm not really familiar with the whole thing. But they obviously suggested the PewDiePie's Tuber Simulator as being the best one. And they said for players looking to fulfill their dream of being successful YouTube celebrities, well, that simulator would be your perfect game, because it's kind of teaching you, training you how to become one. Well, I'm a bit in two minds about that, you know, maybe, but the actual work that somebody does need to do on the channel is based on that individual's personality, their overall broadcasting ability, and there are so many different things which you can throw in that cannot be uniformly introduced. So, you know, I guess it's a game that gives you some ideas, right? So I don't know whether have you played it, Gale, that one, which is it could be. I mean, you can try it. PewDiePie's Tuber Simulator for free, I guess, downloadable on your Android or your iOS, right? I've not played it, but the gameplay revolves around creating and managing the virtual YouTube channel where they can produce videos to gain subscribers. And as players gain more subscribers and views, they earn in-game currency that can be used to purchase items, accessories, and decorations. So, you know, definitely interesting. Xbox Game Pass has many fantastic titles from varying genres, but I think at the moment they're excelling with RPGs in particular. And I want to really stress that Phil Spencer and Matt Booty also indicated that the direction they're taking is all kind of pursuing the story-driven RPGs, and they have so many on the list at the moment that we are going to be getting within the next 18 to 24 months. If you just think of all the titles that they introduced through the showcase event, there's so many different RPGs in there, and they're really, very good. So definitely very, very happy to see this, because I like RPG. RPG is my favorite genre, and just to see that they are beefing up on the titles and pursuing that sort of style of game making is, for myself, truly rewarding to hear. And so let me just see, what are the best games that they have? Persona franchise, Monster Hunter Rise, Shadowrun Trilogy, Wo Long Fallen Dynasty, Cassette Beasts, Fuga Melodies of Steel. Well, this game I've not played. Then they have Darkest Dungeon, That's a good game. Darkest Dungeon. Rune Factory 4 Special. Eastward. Chained Echoes. Soul Hackers. Soul Hackers is a really good game. I very highly recommend. I played it recently. It's a recent introduction to Game Pass. A really good game. Highly recommend it. And it's medium length. It's about 50 hours on average. You will get anime-style characters, and you will need to be, I guess, resurrecting them with these sort of soul hacking abilities. So very, very interesting and very entertaining. I really enjoyed it. Torment, Tides of Numenera, I should say. That's a very, very good RPG. Very, very popular. One of the most popular RPGs of all times, and created by inXile Entertainment. Black Desert. I had two minds about this. Black Desert has fantastic customization. It looks beautiful, but technically doesn't perform too well. Does have lots of glitches. And I don't feel that the story of Black Desert is so well integrated like some of the other RPGs, you know, because it's obviously an online game, and it is story driven to a degree. I didn't feel that many tasks, like for instance eliminating certain enemies and battles, that didn't feel they're so well integrated. But on the other hand, visually stunning and thoroughly enjoyable if you play it in a team. Thoroughly enjoyable, I guess, similar to Destiny. So definitely worth a shot. What did catch my eye initially with Black Desert was the customization. The characters that you create are so beautiful. I mean, you can really you can model them on yourself, or you can just create, you know, individuals that are so kind of beautiful that you'll stand there in awe, looking at them thinking, this is just a magnificent creation and I've created it. Gail says, no, I've not played Fallout Shelter. Yeah, Fallout Shelter is a freebie, and you can download it on Steam and you can try it, or you can download it to your phone and try it on your phone, because they were recommending the mobile sims, right? But it's exactly the same game. Alright, let's see what else we've got there. Stardew Valley we said already. Mountain Blade 2, also a very good game, actually. Mountain Blade, I really enjoyed it. Story of Seasons, Friends of Mineral Town. Wasteland 3, excellent game. That is, anybody who loves Fallout or Borderlands, you definitely want to go there. It's a proper RPG. I guess it reminds me of Torment, the way it works. It's a bird's eye game, you know, and definitely really funny dialogue and a lot to do. It's fairly big. You probably will have about 100 hours on it if you want to complete it. And again, it was created by inXile Entertainment. Pillars of Eternity 2 Deadfire Ultimate Edition, again another excellent RPG. So really good recommendations. Anyone interested, if you want to know more about these games, just head to my Twitter. The posting is there. It gives you the list. You just copy and paste, put it on your Facebook or, you know, somewhere, save, or put it on your bookmarks, and you can always resort to, you know, yourself browsing for the titles and finding out. I actually go down by these recommendations a few times because I feel that some of the games, for instance, I've never heard of, like the one I mentioned earlier, on recommendation, I'll investigate and I find out the game's actually excellent. So it's a very, very good guide. If you go down the list, you'll find that there are lots of titles that perhaps are not so well known, but also excelling. Ni no Kuni 2, Revenant Kingdom, also a very good game. And Middle-earth Shadow of War. Well, that game I didn't like, I've got to say. Middle-earth Shadow of War for me was a fluke. I didn't like the game at all. I don't know whether you guys played it, but I thought, you know, the whole idea of integrating Lord of the Rings, it just didn't grab me. It just didn't do much for me. Very good graphics, but I thought the gameplay was, well, for me, not entertaining. Maybe I need to have another look, but I did play quite a bit. It was a little while back, and I played it quite a bit, and I felt it didn't really do anything for me. Which sometimes is the case with the films that were imported from the, you know, from various blockbusters. Very curious about the Avatar Pandora, because Jim Cameron has been involved with the studio that developed the game. So if it is as good as it looked on the trailers, it will be an amazing open world game. Really absolutely astonishing, because with Navis you'll be able to fly and explore the open world and pick up different types of things and fight battles. I was just very encouraged after I've seen that Jim Cameron was fully involved. Well, that's fantastic, because obviously his films do have this open world capacity and should be really even fully realized within the world of video gaming. And maybe they can create a world which is similar to Destiny, called Avatar, and then have all different creatures and characters and everything else thrown in. It's certainly a possibility, and he talked about it. He's a huge fan of video games, Jim Cameron, and I really look forward to it. So I think may define really the future of the games that were imported from Hollywood, i.e. from the film titles. Dragon Age Origins, one of the best RPGs of all times, absolutely astonishingly good, and anyone who played Mass Effect will be in awe of the systems that Origins introduced. Yakuza Like a Dragon, part of the Yakuza series, so if you're familiar with the series, you definitely want to try one of the other ones first, because Like a Dragon is a bit complicated with some of the in-game mechanics. You want to try the earlier installments, like for instance 3, 4 and 5. You can get them on the remastered edition. They're absolutely brilliant, beautiful, and state-of-the-art. Really good storytelling. What I really like about Yakuza is the storytelling. It's so captivating, and what's very important, similar to what I felt in Mass Effect, and maybe I'm trying to think what was the other game, where you really feel for your characters. You really kind of feel for what's happening to them, and I absolutely did in Yakuza. So he isn't necessarily the protagonist. Sometimes it's children, sometimes it's some other guys there, but you create this sort of emotional bond where you really feel for the characters, and I think that's the next stage of video gaming development. That's the way it needs to be, so that's when the games are going to be raised to the level of any other affiliated cinematic experience. Because when you watch films, if you don't really connect with either the world you watch or the characters, the film's worthless. You just fall asleep. You don't find anything interesting in it. And I watched yesterday the new flick with Jennifer Lawrence, and the film's hilarious. And even if you just hated the story, you would just absolutely adore the way she was portraying this predatory type female, somebody who's really stranded with huge debts and about to lose a house, and gets involved with this young guy who, she's being brought in by his parents because the parents feel that he's antisocial and he never goes out with anyone, and it's just fantastic. And what I was going to say is that the actual story in itself wouldn't be particularly attractive unless you had such good performances by Lawrence, and I can't remember his name on top of my head, the young actor who's there with her, and you really kind of feel for her because she's in so much trouble, but you also feel for him. There's a great strength of the film, you feel for him and for her at the same time, and you watch the activities and shenanigans, and most importantly, you're highly entertained because they find themselves in ludicrous situations, and the dialogue's so well written, and she's just awesome. What she does in there is she's gonna make your eyes water. You'll be crying in laughter. Honestly, it's so funny. So I really highly recommend it. What I'm trying to say is, being in a game where you really feel for those characters, you really bond with them, like I felt for some Mass Effect characters, is just the pinnacle of any kind of video game experience that one can have. Mass Effect Legendary, of course, is on the mention of Dragon Age Origins. Fallout New Vegas, very good game, probably the best out of all of the titles in Fallout series. Not sure whether you would agree with me, but I thought Fallout New Vegas was having a slightly different approach compared to the usual Bethesda, and no wonder, as Obsidian were involved and delivered one of the best games. Also, it's a big game. I think Fallout New Vegas will take you anything between 70 to 150 hours, so plenty to do, plenty to explore. I just think the direction, the dialogue was different, whilst in Fallout 3 in particular, and then maybe in 4 you had a bit of that sort of acidic humor, which was based on Cold War and the fear of the opponents who are in possession of nuclear weapon, the way things were in the past. New Vegas had a bit of a different viewpoint, a bit of a different touch to the overall narrative, and I really appreciated it. I actually found the original Fallout 3 a bit hard to digest with some of the humor. I thought it was didn't really gel with me too well. I didn't find it particularly funny. In fact, I found some of it a bit offensive. But at the same time, it was the concept which they developed, and you know, Fallout PC games, I also played them. They were on they were PC games of the 90s, and in those days they were considered to be very lengthy. You would play them for about 40 hours. God, they got so many titles. The Outer Worlds, very highly recommended. I played the game extensively, still not finished it, but I loved it. Again, Obsidian game, and grossly underrated. I've read reviews which indicate it was hardly anything to do, finished it quickly. You finished it quickly because you never talked to anyone, right? It's similar to BioWare games, where you talk to all characters and unlock hundreds and hundreds of different subquests and side quests and, you know, submissions, and therefore you are being guided by these characters into the activities that you will be then pursuing. And I just loved it. I thought it was a combination of the concept we're seeing in Fallout and then the graphics that were reminiscent of Borderlands. Wonderful, and also it's very funny, with lots of dialogue and lots of options which you can pursue depending on which you will get different outcomes in the game. So most I recommend it. They said it is 15 to 30 hours, but I played it and I certainly played more than 60 or 70 hours. It's been much longer than that, so I'm not sure as to why they're indicating it's so short. The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, one of the very best RPGs, and it's fun, isn't it, because it ends on Skyrim and the Outer Worlds. Maybe I'll just give you 2 or 3 more bits of news. Well, we've heard that Ubisoft will be releasing 3 Assassin's Creed games within the next half year. One is Nexus, that's going to be on Oculus and virtual reality. I'm very excited about that. The other one is Assassin's Creed Mobile, and the third one is Mirage, the next chapter in the franchise or the series. And we've heard now that Ubisoft is remaking completely Assassin's Creed Black Flag, and they are having another studio, Skull and Bones, heavily involved. I think lots of people are concerned about this because they felt Skull and Bones had some problems with other games. They didn't have enough revenue, or they were lagging behind the actual release dates, but I'm sure that Ubisoft are doing the right thing, and I very much look forward to it. I love Assassin's Creed franchise, or the series I should say, and I find the vast majority of them to be thoroughly enjoyable. I always liked the Splinter Cell concept, which is you're not there to fight face to face, but you're always there to sneak, to do things covertly. You need to be hiding, you need to be quiet. And the game that excelled really within that concept recently was Plague Tale. But Plague Tale is all about stealth, and any respecting stealth, you get killed, and you get killed by rats, which is sort of a particularly unpleasant, painful death. Beautiful graphics as well in our game. So for me, definitely Assassin's Creed series is sort of my sort of a type of gaming activity, and always enjoyed. Like, I played all the original Splinter Cells, particularly the first and the second. I thought were by far the best, and still got them. I can still have them on backward compatibility here on my Xbox, and if you've not played Splinter Cell, most highly recommend it, because that's the mother of all stealth games. You know, it was a big hit when it came out on PlayStation 3. It was a fantastically successful title, and we have here Zukizi. How do I pronounce that? Zukizi. And Zukizi says, is Destiny 1 still active? It absolutely is active. Alive and kicking. And we play it every single day. The only trouble with Destiny 1 is that recently, like the sequel, has been plagued by error messages and problems with server access, but that's not to do with the game itself. It's to do probably with a DDoS attack on Bungie. That's not been publicly declared yet. It's been persisting now for already a great number of weeks, and it's been bothering the entire community. So if you were trying to play the Crucible, there is a problem. because we tried to play Crucible a couple of times here live on air during my broadcast. We couldn't get in, and we couldn't get in because of the absence of free. They've reduced the number of rooms where people can enter, so you just sit there and wait and wait and wait. And obviously for my broadcast, that's what I use. We wait there for 4 hours and then you get nowhere. So yes, Queasy or Queasy Pay, or was it Queasy T? Definitely live. See us very, very shortly. The Lord of the Rings Gollum Studio Daedalic, or is it Daedalic, reportedly lays off 25 employees and in-game development. Well, we heard about it last week, and it seems to me that they've run out of money and the game's too expensive to make. So therefore, they laid off some of the team, and the game is now being placed on the shelf. It's basically on hold. Xbox and Bethesda will be on the show floor of Gamescom 2023. And we absolutely want to be watching this. That's between 23rd and 27th of August of 2023 and part of Gamescom 2023. So definitely more news to come out of there. And don't forget, 27th of August, that will be 4 days before the early access to Starfield. So it'll be all about Starfield. But maybe about some other games that Bethesda are currently making. And I'm very excited about it as well. So for instance, we've heard that Call of Duty, let me see, just Call of Duty in here is probably, yeah, it's basically comprising the general overall number of gamers, isn't a specific installment of Call of Duty. Put together some data based on Activision CEO Bobby Kotick's testimony on Call of Duty in view of the FTC court case. And the platform split as well, so that will be very much of interest to our Warzone members. And oh, we have Queasy here, says I tried to download it again and it keeps corrupting. Queasy, what platform are you on? Are you on PlayStation, Xbox, or PC? If you just state that, we'll be able to tell you what the solution is. What platform are you on? And Queasy is saying hello to Gail as well. There you are, Gail, making new friends, you see? Gail's talking to Queasy, and Gail told us she doesn't have many friends to play Destiny with, so you are one of those people who indeed could just befriend Gail here. PS4, and which version of Destiny do you have? What sort of edition? Is it the base game? Or is it the legendary, you know, the one that's got absolutely every bit of the content? I'm curious. Because the legendary that's got the entire content is easily downloadable and easily installable, but there may be some problems with the year one physical disc. Yeah, I think there may be some issues. There could be some issues with the base game that was year one, if it's the original release. I've heard about that on Reddit. I've never had the base game, the original, you know, just the first chapter when released. I purchased the legendary, and the legendary had everything included. A legendary has the full content, and you know, there's no problem. And also, you can get it on a good price from time to place. So I'd advise you, if you want to purchase that, because you get the full to start with, you'll get better loot and everything. Secondly, if this problem is you go to Reddit, go to Destiny the game. If you're not sure where that is, click on my link here. If you open the app, right, on your phone, get my channel up and running, go to my channel, you go Reddit link at the top, and you click on that Reddit link of mine, and you will see that I've got postings on Destiny the game, right? So click on the Destiny the game and put a posting in there that asks other people, I've got the base game and it seems to be corrupt. Is anyone else experiencing the same problem? If so, is there a way through which I can remedy this and resolve it, right? So do that. You will get messages immediately. Reddit for Destiny is very, very interactive. If you have a chance, place a screenshot of the game, or you know, together with your posting, if you have a chance, because obviously the postings with screenshots attracting more attention. Queasy says, but I have it on BO3 as well. It is a base game too. What's that? PlayStation 3? No, it will not matter. You know, it's just a question of being able to access servers, because Destiny is a live service game, and you've got to be able to connect to the servers. Destiny cannot be played offline, right? So you have got to be subscribed to PlayStation Plus in order to be able to play Destiny. Are you subscribed to PlayStation Plus? If you're not, you can't access the internet services. Do you see what I mean? So that could be part of the problem. Any PlayStation Plus, basic, extra or premium will do. Doesn't really matter. Right, I was telling you about Call of Duty, and the stats are indicating how many daily users of Call of Duty are on various platforms. So I'm sure that will be very much of interest to our Warzone and Call of Duty fans. And we have here, presently, which is of no surprise, right? The biggest number of people, the gamers who play Call of Duty, are doing so on their mobile phone. If you're familiar with the game, which is Call of Duty Mobile, you would have seen that the game had been integrated with any Sony device. So if you are with Sony Xperia like myself, you will actually have it preloaded on your phone. It comes together with your phone. 35.7 million daily users. 35.7 million. PC, 17.5 million, which is again not surprising. People who like shooters will go for PC first and foremost. PlayStation is 11.2 million and Xbox is 5.6 million. So if you look at it, if you look at stats, you will realize straight away as to why Sony is so outraged by the Activision potential acquisition by Microsoft, because they fear that they will lose 11.2 million gamers who will migrate to Xbox, as Xbox will give it a dual access. So Xbox would get 11.2 million, that be migrating to that 5.6 million, or indeed to the PC 17.5 million. Do you see what I mean? Because if they have that as a proprietary on Xbox Game Pass, then anyone will be able to play it on either PCs or console, and they will always go for PCs for this reason. So that's the key reason as to why they don't want, in addition to the future plans, to basically seize on certain titles that will be Xbox exclusive, right? They won't be Xbox exclusive in the long run. Phil Spencer many times said they want to do that right at the beginning, but then at the with video game one, right? So if you are not, will there be the same hype? Well, it's debatable. It's all about who makes the biggest bucks immediately in order to cover costs and to get clearly in the sort of profit levels. So remains to be seen. Anyway, so that's the stats. So I'll repeat again. Call of Duty on mobile is played by 35.7, and that is a different game. That game is not similar to what you have on PlayStation and Xbox, right, or PC. So 35.7 million is on mobile, 17.5 million is on PC, 11.2 million is on PlayStation, and 5.6 million is on Xbox. You got the stat. You got stats there. You got pie charts. You have charts. Everything is on that posting, and that is also on my Twitter. I had a message from Bungie saying that Weasel and Chicken error codes have been fully resolved, and that's nonsense. They've not been fully resolved. We had Weasel yesterday, day before yesterday, as we played Destiny here live online. So if anybody else playing Destiny, and is anyone experiencing the same error codes, Weasel, Chicken, Baboon, and Anteater, these four, I'm curious to hear. Anyone experiencing these today, or during the last 24 hours, right? Or 48 hours, put them in there. Gail is saying she is not experiencing them, right? And I can't even pronounce that. What's that? Zuzitsi. Black Ops 3 on PS4, same problem with corrupting. I think it's probably to do with your multiplayer connection, because Black Ops 3 is the same thing, you know. Are you connected to the servers? Are you having access to the internet via PlayStation Plus? Because when you plug in your internet, your console has a connection, right? Which means it will be updating and doing other things, but it will not give you access to the multiplayer. So any game that's a live server based game, unless you pay for PlayStation Plus, is not going to give you the access. You see what I mean? You've got to pay for PlayStation Plus in the same way as you pay for the Xbox Game Pass. Queasy is saying, yes, I have PS Plus. Well, if you have PlayStation Plus, then these games will have some other additional problems somewhere, you know, configuration or accessing the servers or something. Did you buy them brand new or second hand? Or are they purchased through like a code, or are they purchased, you know, through Steam or PlayStation Store? Because that sometimes can be also a major issue. I know that some of the games I purchased from CX, which are second hand, they will allow you to be accessing the very base content, and they will not allow you to do anything that is like additional content, extras or DLCs, because all of these would have been already used on a code by a person who's used the game beforehand. And Gail's asking, do you use a disc? Yeah, I think he said earlier, you probably have not spotted that he's using discs. Well, if you have a disc, there's always a chance the disc has been scratched, or there's some sort of damaged, physical damage, but it doesn't have to be. Both games will need access to the server, and you will be you know, connecting to the server. Therefore, I think it's indicative that you couldn't access the server. Therefore, it tells you that, you know, the games is not going to, they can't install, they will not work. And also, there is another thing. You will have to have for these games extra space on your console. So if you're very close to the maximum space usage, right? If you don't have, let's say, 100 gigabytes free, the games will not install. That's been the problem with Call of Duty literally for some time. I don't know what it is, but what they do is they require as much free space on console, double it up basically, you know. Let's say if the game is 100 gigabytes, they will want 150 gigabytes of free space for the game to be fully installed. Well, there are lots of options. One is damage to the disk, which I don't think is probably the case. Number two is inability to access their servers due to the code for the access being used in the past. And the third one is, you know, just simply... sorry, I'm just trying to read the message in here. Yeah. Well, so we said the disc is a possibility. Then PlayStation Plus you have, so that shouldn't be the case, right? Then it's problem with the code. If you bought it on a disc second hand, somebody else used the code, you can't access it. And the third one, which is also important, people are fully not aware of this, is the space. You've got to have enough space on your hard drive in order to... what I'm trying to say is, some of these games will require a lot more space, free space on a hard drive, compared to the actual size of their files. I know I've got a problem with Warzone. Warzone always wants to have almost like a complete empty hard drive on my PlayStation in order to be reinstalled. It's a big problem with updates, because updates also require the full installation. And I mean, unless I have an external hard drive, which is giving you 2 terabytes of extra space, on the standard PlayStation, you'll have about 250 space of access. You know, no, you won't actually. Gail says that usually will tell you need more space. If you have enough space for other installations, it won't tell you this, but the game will not install. It'll say there's some sort of corrupt file, the problem. I know that because I've had that with a couple of games in the past. I don't know what that is, because if you look at the space, let's say the game is 100 gigabytes, and you have 120 or 110 free space on your hard drive, you would assume that because you got 110 gigabytes free and the game is 100, the game will install easy. But that's not always the case. They want more space than that for whatever reason, whether they connect with systems files or whether they, double up or back up something. I've no idea. Well, I have. Gale is on a PC, so on a PC that will never happen. That is a console-based problem. That happens on PlayStation and sometimes on Xbox. PC just has got a different configuration, it's got different systems that work in a different way. Okay, so let me see, so that's all about Destiny. We've heard that Baldur's Gate 3 standard playthrough will take anything between 75 to 100 hours and more than 200 hours for everything. I mean, this is also a hotly anticipated game, Baldur's Gate 3. We all want that game to come our way as soon as possible. Okay, the last bit of news I have here for you is, again, based on some recommendations. So Eurogamer is one of the very best video gaming hubs online, and they're recommending certain games to be played in July being seen as the very best. So Chris Tapsell is the reviews editor, and he's suggesting these games through Eurogamer to be the best for people to play. Street Fighter 6, if you are into fighting, you'll be choosing between Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat, obviously, as always. Amnesia: The Bunker, the game that just arrived on Xbox Game Pass the other day, I've seen, and Amnesia is a very scary type of horror game, so if you are a bit edgy, if you are not really of very solid nerves, I wouldn't recommend it. It's very scary, can be also quite bloody and brutal, but certainly a very immersive, very fully fledged horror type of game. And they have also on the Game Pass the other installments, so it's the literally the whole series. Planet of Lana, highly acclaimed. Everyone from Xbox team had been playing it. I've looked at it. It looked very interesting. Also a recent inclusion. It's been introduced a couple of weeks ago. Diablo 4, one of the biggest games of the year. We all want to play it. I played the Server Slam and Alpha and Beta. Harmony: The Fall of Reverie. That is very interesting. I've not played the game, but I want to try it. If I'm not mistaken, this is Don't Nod game, and I'm very much of a fan, really. I really like the studios. And Gail says, I love horror games. Well, Gail, if you love horror games, Harmony, Amnesia series is on the Game Pass. So what you can do, if you don't have Xbox, you can subscribe to Game Pass. You get it on the price of $1, right? And on the price of $1, you'll get access to you'll get access to Game Pass on PC, and then you download the game to your PC and you play it. Definitely try it. You don't have to subscribe for longer than a month. You got a trial period, and that's it. And if you're subscribing to the Ultimate is giving you easy access, immediate access to the Game Pass on PC. And I've tried it recently, and it works perfectly. It's just bang on. Everything is as it should be. The vast majority of games are accessible through that PC Game Pass, and I think they also have some games that are not accessible through console. I think I'm not mistaken by assuming this, because I do remember in the past they were producing the old PC type of games, right? Like Age of Empires, but I think they integrated some of them now with console as well. Anyway, worth checking. Alright, so what else? Mask of the Rose. I've not played this game, I wouldn't be able to tell you. Aliens Dark Descent, that's the game that's just come out. It's aliens meeting XCOM, so it's a bit of a strategy game. Story of Seasons, A Wonderful Life. Final Fantasy 16. Well, definitely. Final Fantasy 16, can't go wrong. And the game is out only on PlayStation 5. So if you want to play it, you need to get that console at the moment, or you can just wait until it comes to other platforms. Sludge Life 2, Sea Smash VRS, Ghost Trick Phantom Detective, Dave the Diver, That's funny, because I've not really heard about these games much. And that's Ghost Trick, Phantom Detective, and Dave the Diver. These are PC games, so Gail might be interested in these. Again, the list and everything that is list related is on my Twitter, so you click on that follow or enter my Twitter and you'll be able to get all the information. It's much easier if when I talk you also follow the postings on Twitter, and you can read and also watch trailers, because for every one of these games there are trailers attached, so you know, definitely always very much of interest. Eurogamer always does that. Gail says, I do believe in ghosts and stuff, so maybe that's why I love horror. Well, if you believe in ghosts and if you play Amnesia, will you be able to sleep? You know, because it's going like through castles and dark alleys and dungeons and all kinds of mythical and very creepy crawly types of creatures waiting for everyone to get caught. So don't play it at night. That would be my recommendation. A few more games that they're recommending, and that is Synapse, Trails into Reverie, Neurocracy, Oxenfree 2. Oxenfree is a very good game. I played it, the original game. Really good, and it was on Game Pass, and I think it's still on PlayStation Plus, so it's worth checking. Oxenfree, I remember that. Viewfinder, also a very good game, played it. Lakeburg Legacies. Lakeburg Legacies is a kind of simulation, social-based village management type of sim. Reuterforce, Pikmin 4, Disney Illusion Island, Venba. Venba was the game that attracted huge interest through Steam Festival recently. You play a group of people who come to Canada from India, and then their mother is cooking different dishes. So it's almost like an A to Z to Indian cooking, and people kind of play the game, you know, to learn how to make curries. Really cool stuff. And Gail says, I swear I've seen black figures, and so has my friend, and it's very creepy. Are you sure they weren't just in a game? Scooby-Doo's there. I'm Queasy T, but now on my phone I have 350 gigabytes free, and I'm downloading it again to see if I can play again. I think you should be able to on PlayStation, right? 350 gigs will do the job. Definitely. And if you're getting error messages, that means that either the disk is corrupted, the files, or the disks were used before by somebody else who would have used the codes. Do you know what I mean? Because if the code's been already used on another computer and it is connected to somebody else's user ID, you will not be able to install. That's a possibility as well. And anything bought second-hand that has online or DLC content will never work, because the codes have been used by somebody else. You know, that's just the way things are. So yeah, this game Venba is basically like a A to Z of Indian cooking. So I'm not played it. I played other demos during that weekend, but I definitely want to have a look at it, because I made curries, I made biryanis, I made you know, all the other kormas, and I'm quite curious to see what other tips they would be suggesting. You know, fantastic idea, honestly, it really is. It was very popular amongst everyone who is living in Southeast Asia. And our friend says, it's not second hand, I had it since year 2. You bought it new, right? Well, the only other thing you can try if it doesn't install is either go to Reddit, and I'd say do that straight away. Don't wait, just go to Reddit right now, yeah? And the easiest way to find Destiny the game is by clicking on my Reddit, which is linked here to Twitch, right? And go to Destiny the game. You click on Destiny the game, you'll get the section where you can post new messages and write this out, right? Just basically, I mean, write it down. Speak out and write it down, and make sure that people know that you have this problem. And I'm certain lots of people step in to tell you what to do. The alternative is contacting the game developer, right? Or the game publisher. So for Destiny, this will be Bungie. for Call of Duty, this will be Activision. You ping them a message saying, I've got a problem with this installation, it's a brand new game, I've had it from day one, I purchased it, can you please resolve the problem? Sometimes what they do is they will ask for your details and they will send you the file, you know? They'll want to register that you've got it. And I think if you were loading, they already will have some information from the fact you were downloading the game. So that is a bit like the, it's not backwards compatibility. They can send a file that can remedy this, or they send you the whole game. Definitely worth checking. So if that's not resolving it, number one, write to Reddit. Number two, write to the developers. Alright, so there is just some other recommendations about the games in July. Tekken 8 closed network test. Well, that's hugely anticipated. That's hugely anticipated. Loads of people are wanting to get in. Super Mario Bros. 3. So that's available on Switch in a couple of forms now. Pikmin 1 and 2. Pikmin's Nintendo's game, really funny. Torchlight 2, Geometry Wars. And then you also have some other games coming out. Day one release, right? Formula 1 Manager 2023, Warhammer 40k Inquisitor, The Expanse, a Telltale series, Remnant 2, Exoprimal Day 1 release on Xbox Game Pass, Pixel Junk Scrappers Deluxe, the Valiant, Arena Breakout. Honestly, so many games. I mean, just if you look at all the titles, it is truly dazzling that we are being given all of these at once. It's you know, I can barely keep up with it. Anyway, my friends, we've gone through all the news for today. We've gone through all of our community content. We've gone through our Q&As and questions. I want to thank Mary and James and Jessica and all the other people who were asking about Yolanda as well, about the channel, the game, the charitable fundraising. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for your contributions and valid and valued and greatly appreciated participation. Hope I answered all the questions. Hope you are happy with my descriptions. If not, just ping me another message and then I'll respond to you through DMs. And just coming back to Yolanda's question about fundraising, I talked a lot about it earlier, but I just want to say that we are doing really well. We've not had many donations yet. We've been, trying to fundraise for almost a month now, and the fundraising campaign is here for 6 months. So people can contribute with any amount. Could be as little as 1 cent or one penny. We are trying to sort of raise £1,000 by the end of this year. The final cut-off time and date basically is going to be on the 31st of December, midnight, as we enter the year of 2024. So hopefully we'll get some donors who will provide us with substantial contributions as well. All of that goes directly to Tiltify and then to Mind. So it's all charitable. There's no any form of profit or commissioning involved, and it is regulated by the US and UK authorities in terms of how the funds are processed through Tiltify, that is. So you can feel absolutely fully assured that any form of contributions are going to be received directly by the charity. And as I said, I would have not gone down the route of fundraising through any other unauthorized source. And I also have the fundraising for Mind run through Instagram. So that's not through Tiltify, it's a separate thing, right? It's again exactly the same amount. So anybody, you can easily go to mine and you can engage there if you wish to contribute. And I want to just say a big thank you to all of our community members, because I have seen that people retweeted some of the postings, and people have also been very supportive with other messages and generally raise the profile of the campaign, which is what I've asked everyone to do. Raise the profile is ensuring that many more eyes will see it, and therefore there are going to be people who are experiencing the same issue within their own family, having a son, daughter, a relative who's experiencing any form of mental health problem, and they will know what we are talking about, and certainly will be very supportive of not just Mind as the charity that we are currently fundraising for, but they will be supportive of any charity that is providing that degree of assistance to people in the need. So far so good, and I want to thank Yolanda for sending us messages and indeed asking us about the campaign. As I said, it's early days. The campaign will last for 6 months, and we are going to be able to provide better feedback towards the end period, and we are going to be in position to see what the shillings and pence were in the coffers. And most importantly, for anyone who is here in our gaming community, every single time we reach a threshold, it's called milestone, right? We are going to be throwing in a separate community-based event with lots of pinnacle activities. So anytime we reach like 100, 200, 300 or more, we will be organizing a quiz, and that quiz will be asking our community members to decide on what types of activities they want to be watching. And for instance, with Nightfalls and Raids, we'll ask what type of gear do they want us to be using, what kind of armor should we be wearing if we are doing, for instance, King's Fall raid or Wrath of the Machine. So be very, very interactive and very much connected to everybody here in our community, and also linked with those who are our contributors, the donors and people who raise the profile of the campaign. So we'll have community-based events where our friends and our participants will be both gaming live online and watching and participating in a separate session. So I really look forward to this, because I've not done this in the past. We've had obviously community-based sessions, but they were not so specifically singled out as this is our fundraising event, therefore we are, it's like it's a special format. So I personally really very much look forward to it, and hoping to receive these donations, not personally, but obviously for the charity to receive them. And I'm particularly looking forward to these community-based activities. Alright, my friends, I'm ready to crack on, and I bet also everyone else is quite keen to see some action here. As you can see, we always have a lot of community-based content, and I'm astonished to see that there are so many people who are accessing our stream through playback. That's something new. I did not have that in the past before this season, and I think I'm very grateful to Stream Elements and Lightstream for supporting us with some promotion through their hubs, and I have seen that quite a few people came in through them, so that's really wonderful. And as people watch the streams through playback, they keep pinging questions. I get questions mainly on my email, so direct messages. People find it through my about page and other online hubs, and it's been truly rewarding. I think what I like saying is that people watch the streams and ask questions according to what they've heard. So it's not just skipping it, but they're listening to what we are discussing, the issues related to video gaming, ethical gaming, overall biological health, video games and mental health, video games and the forums and Twitch as a support system for people who are experiencing some form of difficulty and vulnerability. So all these questions keep coming in. That's absolutely terrific. Thank you for that. Thank everyone for that. And I couldn't have asked for more. And I really think, and I said this to many different people recently, this form of communication is the future. It can literally change the world. You have people who are interested in a particular subject or a particular game. They get together to game, to play, to talk, to share, and if they really latch onto specific issues, they really can affect how these issues will be looked at, and most importantly, they can progress down the route of trying to resolve them. So that is amazing. And Scooby-Doo is here, and that is our friend Zukizi, and he says, it says the add-ons are corrupted. Yeah, this is what I assumed. This is to do with your code. That's the code, So, not sure where you bought the game, but you need to contact Bungie if you're installing Destiny. You need to contact Bungie and ask them whether they can verify that the game is legit, that there's no corruption. They will ask you for specific numbers that your disk will have, and then they will be able to verify it. I think sometimes they have these things online, but don't rely on that. Go to them directly by emails, because online, may register, may not register unless it's being run by the developer. it needs to be the developer that's going to be able to resolve the corrupted files issues. So, all right, my friends. Gail says my internet is barely working. Why is that? Are you using Wi-Fi, or do you have a proper wire connection by Ethernet cable? If you're not having a wire connection, I would, yeah. Scooby-Doo is saying, okay, I'll email them real quick. Absolutely. I mean, just think about it. You get a response from it. They won't probably respond immediately. They usually take about a day or two to respond. But just write a message to Bungie, which is very descriptive. So tell them, my name is John, and I bought this game on that date, and I've had it for that long. It's on a physical drive, it's a disk, and I've been trying to reinstall the game, and the game is not installing for some strange reason. I'm getting corruption files. Can you please tell me whether this disk is legit, whether there are any other ways to which I can you send me an update perhaps which can resolve this, something like that. Write it like that. And it has to be very descriptive, because if you're writing, can I just ask you, where are you going to be sending it? You need to send that to the technical team. Don't put it like on Facebook or Twitter. It needs to go to the technical team direct, right? So it needs to be the Bungie technical support. Just put in Google Bungie technical support email, and you will be able to get it. They have. I mean, I don't have it on me right now. If you can't find it anywhere, then I'll look for it, and I'll send it to you a bit later, right? Gail says earlier the internet was down. Yeah, it does happen, and with these games are based on online activities, which is server related or server based, and we can't prevent problems with our internet connection, and the problems could be either short term, or they could be long term, like for instance where you have problems with speeds, that the speeds are dropping. I've had this problem. They were doing some roadworks in our area a little while back, and they must have cut through wires, so they did some damage, physical damage to the cabling that connects the street exchanges. And previously I had the landline connection, and I suddenly realized that the speeds have dropped by 75%. And I discovered that because I noticed the picture quality was incredibly poor on my streams, which was much worse than usual. And I called the company, and they said, yeah, we'll send an engineer and we'll fix it. And they spent quite some time fixing it, and then after that the speeds were even better to what I was expecting to get. On the download, on the upload, it was capped. You couldn't increase upload because it's capped. So that could be the reason as well. Sometimes if you are on wireless internet, like what I am at the moment, I have a wireless router which is for 5G and for 4G, and that is a sort of connection that has massively improved and enhanced what I've got here, and I highly recommend it to everyone, because that's the future. A lot of people will be using it in the future. I was apprehensive. I thought maybe it will not work properly, but the speeds are absolutely up to scratch. I get now on 4G, that is 4G internet, right? That's connected to my console. I get between 200 and 300 megabits per second download, and I get between 17 to 30 upload. So that's more than sufficient for streaming and for anything else. And with the new internet, my xCloud, i.e. the cloud access through Xbox, had been brought to life. No problem with it anymore, because that xCloud had been built in order to be played through very fast speeds, right? Also, if you have your internet at home, make sure you're not using Wi-Fi, right? So anything you're doing online, like playing games, etc., never ever use Wi-Fi. Always use proper Ethernet connection, so it goes to the router and to your computer. Wi-Fi is constantly dropping, and the reason for that is frequently the use of many devices at home. Other people are using mobile phones, other tech equipment. If you have Xbox or PlayStation, they have frequently daily uploads or daily updates, and what you get is they're uploading or updating something and you're not even aware of this, and that's massively decreasing your speeds, like massively. Mobile phones do exactly the same. So just make sure that your gaming equipment has got wire connection, right? So it's a wire connection router to your console or PC, and everything else goes to Wi-Fi, right? What I do is I frequently well, I just noticed that. Good job I'm talking about this, because it's connected to Wi-Fi and actually shouldn't be. Oh, we're getting a message from Zenith. Zenith said that I probably will not be able to join you today for Destiny 1. I'm helping a couple of Guardians on Destiny 2. No worries, no worries, Zenith. That is all good. No problem at all. I'm going to see, I've got something from Mind. Oh, we had another message from Mind. I think they're watching our stream and listening to what we are saying. That's terrific. That's so good. Thank you for that. I really enjoy seeing this. You know, when you're supporting a company and you have a feeling that people who are working there in their fundraising department are actually paying attention and watching the content, that's terrific, because that's obviously supporting us tremendously. And Rebecca saying, well, we hope today's stream is going well. All the best. Indeed, it is going very well, Rebecca, and thank you for your message, and thank you for supporting our efforts and indeed providing us with this degree of extra publicity coming directly from the charity that we are supporting. You can see how interactive things can be if you are doing charitable fundraising through kind of video gaming live online. Everybody gets to know about it, and it's important, if you're doing it, if you're a streamer, to connect all of your social networking platforms to it, so that people know exactly what your schedule is, what you're doing, and sort of regular postings and regular information given to your viewers and community followers. And frequently you will get people watching your channel who are not members of your community, and that's also equally important. Always use hashtags, hashtag Destiny, hashtag Destiny the game, hashtag Destiny 2, or hashtag Twitch, and then you will get that sort of traffic. So that's very good. So we had from Rebecca. It's so great, we had so many messages and so many things coming in, and that's really. I mean, I'm really truly delighted. I didn't think that the channel with the new season will take off that quickly. I didn't think there was so many people who would be interested, and so that's so rewarding. Our friend Gail is saying yesterday was the 4th of July, the Independence Day. We know that, and I did not have a stream yesterday because I didn't want, and I stress this again, I did not want our community members to be taken away from their families and their gatherings and their celebrations. There's always that temptation, do you want to squeeze in 5 minutes? Gonna go there and have a look. No. That is the sort of day where families need to spend together, do a bit of barbecue, a bit of a flag waving, a bit of appreciation for the day, which is so significant in the US, and a free day, a day free from gaming and any other chores, but simply dedicated to families, barbecues, and enjoyable time together, which is exactly what most people yesterday did have. I've had several messages coming in from our US friends. I had congratulated everyone the 4th of July and people in our community here through my stream and elsewhere, and it's been just good news. People enjoy their holiday and their families and barbecues and get-togethers and everything else. Alright, so let's just crack on with some activity in Destiny 1. Time flies when we have fun, right? And I've got to say that I always had a lot of community content, but I'm astonished and truly delighted to see that we're getting a lot more of it as we have resumed with our new season of broadcasts. I'm not surprised to a degree, as many of our younger viewers had some problems with that poor picture quality due to the internet connection in the past. So the picture is much better, and we got everything upgraded, and that is certainly very much of interest to so many of our Destiny viewers, streamers, and gamers. And that's great. I'm so happy. I'm so delighted that we are all joining forces. And you can see Gail's here. Gail's made friends with Zenith and with Scooby-Doo, i.e. I lost the the difficult to pronounce. Hang on a minute. Bear with me, I can't really lift it here. What is going on? What am I doing? Looks like we need to go to reef. We can't go to the tower, and that happens sometimes if you're doing it as a solo player. Just bear with me. Yeah, I was going to say that I'm grateful to our friend Scooby-Doo, i.e. how do you pronounce that? Ziu Cassie. I can't even pronounce that. Yeah, I know, but I don't know how to pronounce that. How do you pronounce that in plain English? That would be Ziakizit. Ziakiziti, right? That's too hard for me. My tongue breaks. Sorry, it's my fault. I find it difficult to pronounce. Alright, so just bear with me. I'm getting a message in here which I need to respond to. Will take me a second. There we are. Okay, so let me put my glasses on and then we can pick up some bounties and actually we'll go here first. Bounty tracker. We'll do Seavers, so that's nice and easy. Take a few more, I think. Probably, yeah, there is no more space. We've actually completed all of these. What's this? Master Lieutenants. We need to go to Mars to complete this. Okay. And then transaction complete. That's really all the bounties. Postmaster. I think I was looking into this the other day, and the vast majority. Yeah, okay. Helmet. Interaction resolved. Let's see the boots. What we got there? Just tried to masterwork lots of different legendary items. You know, I want to make sure everything is masterworked, and then the masterworked items could be kept in the vault, and everything else we could get rid of. And Talus Striders. Okay, Bogota we'll get rid of. We'll pick it up again. It's just like very common Bogota is. And this one we'll check. This one we do not need. And Gel says that that's supposed to be exquisite. You know, I don't know, honestly. Possibly it's a different way of Exquisite. Exquisite. Now, as you mentioned it, now I've got it, right? But had you not mentioned it, I would have been resorting to something that probably would remotely sound like Cantonese or Mandarin, right? It's probably more to do with me than anyone else. But I've got to say that I'm a bit sort of abbreviation averse. You know, the new texting online language where people pronounce things right, spell them in a different fashion. I'm not really that hot on that. I'm not at home with it. So if I make any mistakes or I have any issues, then just simply let me know. And you'll be able to help me with the best way to which we can pronounce some of these. And I apologize for that, but it's just, one can't be an expert in everything. I know quite a lot of different things, but not that familiar with some of these. So it's exquisite. Scooby-Doo. Is that correct? That you are exquisite? That that's the way I need to pronounce it. If that's the case, I will keep it in mind. So anytime I see a user ID, I'll say, that's exquisite. Okay. What I need to do is I need to get rid of some of that stuff in my voice box. Otherwise, I'll be having some difficulties in collecting items there. Not enough space.
Inventory updated.
Okay, but these ones, hang on a minute. See what I can stick these in the vault. Curious to see whether I can put them in the vault. You see, these ones can be used for Saras, so that Telesto, last word. Okay, we'll put these ones in the vault. Last word. And now there's no more space. Oh well then, that's just too bad. That's just too awful.
Do you have a message for the city, Guardian?
The Crucible booster.
Shall I take a message? Communication logged.
Right, so that's one engram. Strides, wolf pelt, we don't want any of these. And yeah, okay, these ones we can stash.
Transfer logged. Transfer acknowledged.
That's looking better. Look at that ship in there. That ship's not too bad, is it? Alright, so we go back to Cryptarch. Decrypt, see whether this is going to be of use at all. Possibly, maybe, likely. You know, sometimes I get these blue engrams and you click on them and guess what? You get an exotic. It doesn't happen that frequently, but I've had a few of these in the past. Do wager, strange coin, and what's this one? Takanami. We're getting this Takanami all the time. I don't want any of it. And then that's to be binned. I've got to admit, we were trying out Hereafter the other day and really didn't deliver at all, and I purchased it from Xur. So that was a major disappointment. The reason I'm keeping this Light of the Abyss here is to level it up. But that's level 1, year 1 weapon. And I picked it up after we completed Crota. Need to consult with Matthias and Sekapupu whether to keep it or not. Alright, so that's the engrams. Go back to our friend there to pick up the rest.
Tower boasting Martian retreat pressure 5. Opening a channel now. Confirm receipt.
Okay, these ones we can probably leave in there.
Closing communication.
Titan. Not played Titan in here for years. Probably should have to do that sometime.
You're a hunter, correct? Better than being shot, I suppose.
Maraid again. We had like 6 Maraids last week. What is going on? Don't want any Maraids. That's of no use. Another cloak. What's annoying in here is that you can't pick up these items unless you're on a different character, right? There's several Titan items in the poise box and I can't do anything with them. I guess that is just there in order to drive you to play this other character even if you were not really up to it. Wow. What's this? Access Eververse. Okay, we don't really need Eververse at the moment.
Ready.
That'll be the last
Welcome
bit.
to the reef.
Welcome to the reef. Yeah, welcome to the reef.
Confirmed.
Splicer Intel Relay. We should be able to pick this up. Skeleton Key 5. Cache Key. Well, unlikely that we'll be able to get into the Crucible at all. Trespassers appearance, and this would be Lord of Wolves. Okay. We need to use these in order to clear up the inventory in here. Right, so that
Transferred.
splice into relay. Yeah, the rest I'm not gonna be bothered with at the moment. I probably need to get some rewards from him.
You again, my friend.
Good. Synths. Okay. Oh, I just remembered, if I get them from Zer, then I get a lot more than from him. But you know what, it doesn't really matter. I will purchase quite a few of them because I'm using them all the time, and I don't really need any Glimmer for anything else. So you can deplete Glimmer to... Oh, enough space! What? Why? Ah, I see. Okay. Weekly featured raid. Probably use this as we go along, so use the data to access the old highway and disrupt splice activity. That's for the Wrath, and yeah, I got 5 skeleton keys. Okay, maybe I'll use 1 or 2. You know that. No, I'm not gonna pick this up.
See, it is good to be my friend.
Just go down to 10,000.
To barracks.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Will you come below what's here?
What's the point of having Glimmer if you don't spend it? That's the other thing. Okay, what I need to do is, I need to be away for 30 seconds, so just stay with us. I'll be back literally in a moment, and then we'll crack on with Siva Heroic Strikes. Let me see if there is anybody else who wants to join us. We've heard that Zenith is not able to join us today. If anybody else wants to join us who's watching, just ping a message in there. Ping us a message here on Twitch and I'll be able to bring in. What I do need to say is that anyone who's joining us needs to be subscribing to our Twitch and channel rules, and they are restricting certain members of our community from joining. Anyone who's younger than 18 is not allowed to be participating live online in a live kind of audio visual broadcast. It's the Twitch rules, it's not the channel rules. And then if anybody comes in and wants to use the mic, they need to be absolutely family friendly, no obscenities, no swearing, nothing said which is considered to be offensive or unpleasant or abrasive at any time. The channel does have moderators, and anyone who does anything like this is automatically banned. So I don't want to have that sort of activity or experience directed at anyone, because I have very little control over this. Other people read the comments and they will take these decisions, and it's just very important that anyone who is coming in reads the terms and conditions, and you get them anytime you click on chat. Once you enter for the first time, you get all of them stated, and also the terms and conditions are on my about page. Very important for everyone to read, because this is a contract between myself and my community members, as well as between myself and Twitch. Twitch had changed the rules of late, and there have been some new introductions and inclusions that were previously not present, most importantly in terms of how the streams are certified. And you've seen that, for instance, there were people blocked and banned if they weren't certifying the streams accordingly, and that's for the people who are entering the family-friendly environment and they're actually displaying mature content. For instance, somebody comes to the family-friendly environment category, like what I have, and then suddenly they're walking around in bikinis and having jacuzzis, and that obviously will cause a serious problem for the streamers, and the algorithms of Twitch then take action. I've seen a lot of discontent recently on Reddit, but I'm afraid those streamers were not reading the rules which were sent to every single streamer, because at the end of the day, as a streamer, I've got obligations towards the company that's providing the platform. The rules are applied, and they are like a binding contract. Obviously, the rules are voluminous. You get them on an email. You need to read every single bit which is there once you open it. And it's not within the email, it's a separate page. It's lengthy rules, and people don't bother to read. Very important to do that. Twitch, just like any other platform that's providing streaming services of today, are subscribing to the overall online presence rules, which will come from the regulators, and that is to be tighter and more significant as we go by. In Britain, we are having the completely new law introduced, which has not yet been passed in the Parliament, but it will be shortly. It's called Online Safety Bill, and there are many restrictions that will come together with it for anything that is seen as the live online activity. So if you're based in Britain, then the rules will apply to everyone who is a British resident or operating within the British networks, but the rules still will be applied to people coming from other countries if they are to be breaching them. So in order to make sure that the safety was as good as possible, Twitch had introduced some new measures that will enhance it, and I did receive some of them recently without me being told, so it was basically coming to me through an update. And they included also, if you wanted to have your channel 100% safe, for every participant on the chat to be having a required entry of the telephone number, i.e. mobile phone, as well as email. So that's a very serious obstacle, I think, for anyone who is growing their community, because majority of the people will not be keen on leaving such personal details with Twitch. It's not accessible to anyone, right? So I can't see the details. As a streamer, I have no control over this. It goes directly to Twitch. It's Twitch that's monitoring it. So if somebody was to be running these safety parameters, which allegedly ensures 100% safety, the people leaving the email details or the mobile number details will go to Twitch. So that's not shared with anyone. It's strictly confidential. But if that participant does something which is breaking the rules or is being abusive, that individual is then trackable immediately without any court orders or investigations. It's immediately trackable because Twitch are in possession of this person's identity details or identification verification details. So that is basically what the difference is. So anyone who is a streamer, who's watching, who's listening streamer, if you had any problems with any members, make sure you enable that within your settings. It is there for you to switch it on, and if you go to the settings, you'll be able to find it. Anyway, I discovered that by pure chance, as our new community member Zenith told me, together with Lupus Arias, that they had 30-day restriction on their chat participation. So I said, that's very strange. What's the reason for that? Anyone is free to walk in and talk. And I've gone through the settings and I discovered that this is like the new inclusion. Just repeating that again, because I feel lots of people who are streaming on Twitch have not noticed it, or they're not aware of it, and they might think, how come I have so little traffic on my chat? Nobody's coming, nobody's saying anything. What's happening? And it's to do with this update. The update changes settings, and the settings are restricting the access unless you actually change that by yourself. You have, the time limit, and you can decide whether it's straight away, 1 day, a week, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever. Very important to double check, otherwise you're missing out on traffic. And whilst I support the idea of email and mobile phone details which go to Twitch, I'm not in favor of the method introduced through which the new members are prohibited from entering the chat forum within the 30 days limit, right? Before they were for 30 days in there. I don't know. I don't actually understand what the reason for that is, but I guess it's probably there in order for people to familiarize themselves with the channel and the rules or something like that. I'm not sure. Anyway, I'll nip out for a minute and I'll be back literally in 30 seconds. Bear with me. And then we'll crack on with Seavers.
Cleared by the archives. Core frames down. Please clarify. Tower posting. Lunar retrieval mission. Ocean of storms. Please repeat code. Unit fast. Please respond. Incoming to Crusher Chamber Bay for bounty. Package broken in transit bounty. Unable to translate. Please repeat address. Signal lost. Closing relay. Palace cluster. Please confirm. This is Unit Sentinel. Please respond. Guardians, please report. Clear ground
Alright, so now's the time to crack on with some fierce action, and we'll do Seavers. We'll go for Seaver Heroic Strikes. That'll be hard. So there you are. Let's see what the modifiers are. Bear with me, I can't hear myself. For whatever reason on this headset, I can't hear myself. Let me see if I increase the volume, but I can hear myself better. I don't think it works at all. Doesn't really work. Chaff. Player radar is disabled. I hate that modifier. Small arms favored. Solid damage from many sources greatly increased. And we have enemies appear in greater numbers and are more aggressive. That's heroic. Right, so let's crack on. Oh, Gail said I'm at the reef. I didn't see that. What's your user ID in there? Oh no, I missed you. Do you want to come in? I know you're on a PC. Yeah, we can't then. It's not cross-platform, unfortunately. I couldn't see it, of course. Sorry, I just didn't connect. I apologize. And Gail says, I was sitting next to you. Hang on a minute, you must be on PlayStation then. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute, hang on a minute. Go back to Reef, actually. Let's see. I go back to Reef. I do apologize that I didn't see you, because I did notice that somebody sat next to me, and frequently other random gamers, they'll imitate the emote, you know, be it a dance or anything else, and I didn't realize that. I just go back to Reef and want to see whether you are there again. We can sit together, we can dance together, we can do a few things together. Let's see. Now I'm quite curious. Now I'm wondering whether this is going to be made possible. Because it's very rarely possible in the tower. But maybe. Let me see. Are you still there?
Tower posting marking location. Freehold.
See anybody?
The city cryptos get worse by the year.
No, I don't see you. You must have gone.
Guardians, I am in
Are you still there, or?
9940. This is C27.
And whereabouts are you?
I think it would have been kinder to kill Skolas than to give him to Vance. Zenith just told us that he received my message, so if he is freed up from some of the other activities in Destiny 2, he'll pop in and join us, which is always going to be great. Look forward to it. But you know, other people in Destiny 2 also require assistance and help. It's just a fact. And turn off. Well, that's funny. I've never seen this before. I played Destiny like for years, and I've never seen this before. Look at that. You see that?
Palace cluster.
It gives you a approach. No, that's Postmaster, right? But in here, we've seen this turn on and off.
First light.
There, look.
Please confirm resolution of 20.
See this? Turn off. The lights turned off. Look at that.
Guardians, please report for
I never discovered that before. How odd. I've been here a million times, never seen it.
confirming resolution of Garibaldi Tower.
Our friend Gail says, I'm loading in. Okay. Well, it's possible that you're being slotted into another room. You know, it is the same area, but there are different rooms that people can access on the server. So it's possible that you're not here. I'll still wait for a bit and see. I'll see where. Well, it's weird because at the moment there isn't anybody else in this room, just myself, right? So I tell you what, you go to the Reef and then confirm here. You go to the Reef, yeah, and I'll go back to orbit, and then I'll come back in. But just confirm here on the chat that you are there, yeah, that you're seated there. So I'll see whether that's the way it's going to work. Yes, that's right. Our friend Gail says, I think that's in the tower in Destiny 2 also. No, that's in every section. You are. Okay, so I'll go up and I'll come back then. It's obvious that they couldn't have a million players in one particular area, so they have a number of gamers restricted per room. And I can't remember what the number was, whether it was 18 or 20, or there was a number allocated. So you have that many people coming into this room, which is the tower, right? But there will be hundreds of towers with hundreds of rooms with the same NPCs and the same setups and everything else. And that is the reason as to why it's difficult to come in. Well, not always. Sometimes people get slotted. Sometimes the algorithm detects that somebody is a friend or somebody is connected one way or the other, and they will be slotted into the same room, you know? Usually, I think for people who are friends, that's more likely, because the system will detect that they're friends, and therefore they want to be meeting up. In general, when you invite somebody to be together with you, then they always will come together to the same area. Okay, so Gale is in the reef. Okay, so we'll go there and we'll have a look whether we'll come into the same room. What is your user ID actually? Is it the same? I didn't think it was. I've seen the person who sat next to me, and it wasn't Gale. It wasn't Gale Not. It was something else. Yeah, what is it? Just write it down so I know if I see you. It was MG Cop. MG Cop. That's right. Ah, we got somebody. Oh, there you are. There you are. I can see you now. See? There you are. Can dance a bit, wave a bit, dance a bit. See? For some reason it's not recording the thing here on the controller. I want hang on that. Probably doing something wrong. Just bear with us. I want to find out as to why I'm not able to record this clip, because I want to record the clip and then post it on Twitter. Don't know what's causing it. Yeah, so that there's some sort of fault of some sort in there, and probably on my controller, as it doesn't want to be recording clips according to my instructions, right? So I'll do it again, try it again. So you see a bit of dancing in there between myself and Gale, right? Try it again, let's see whether we are getting it. Well, I'll have to investigate that separately, but
I invite you to my fire team so you can play together with me. Just accept it. Accept the invitation, sent it to you. We'll do some things together. You don't have to be live on air, you know, so that's all good. Our friend says that your camera keeps going. Well, what happened is if you are taking shots or looking at clips, then what happens is you get that dreaded blue screen. And I was just double checking to see whether the clip I recorded was fully recorded, you know, with two of us dancing in there. So that's why you couldn't see, because obviously it's accessing private details on the console, and console blocks it. So if you're streaming, you get this dreaded blue screen. Anyway, you came here to do the quest. Okay, that's fine. We can do the quest. Which quest do you want to do? How to accept? Yeah, you've got to go for the invites, and then you accept, you know, when they come in. Go to options, and then when you click on options, there is invite fire team. You can actually send it to me. Click R3 options, and then click on invite fire team, and then I'll accept. You see, this is the way to make friends. You've seen that. So that's how you connect with others. Right now I'm doing Heist of Wolves. Okay, fine. We can do that. And you need to come to my fire team. And what I'll do is I'll put you in the position of the team leader. So it means that whatever you do, I'll do together with you. And then later I will withdraw from the team leader, right? Because if you're the team leader, you're the one who is guiding us to the activity, so I can actually do what you need to be doing. Do you see what I mean? Because otherwise it wouldn't be, probably wouldn't register on the achievements or anything. You sent me an invite. I didn't receive anything. Are you getting my invites? Because I've sent you an invite now. You should be, you know, you should be receiving them, really, because I'm sending them to you. What you can do is you can go to options, yeah? Go to options, go to roster. So it's options, roster, and then you click on my name in there. Click on details, right? And then you send the invitation. So you can see it on the stream, right? So the first thing you do is watch the stream, yeah? You'll see what you need to do. Right, so you click on options first. Options, yeah? So go to roster, which is top left.
and then you click on my name, right? So it's like when you click on yours, so you can see invite to fight, it might invite you, right? But you can click on my name and send me an invite. Well, I don't think I received any invites, I'm afraid, so I don't know what's going on. I'll double check. Just bear with me, I'll double check on the app. Okay, so what we'll do is just wait there for a second, yeah? What we'll do is we'll do something to the app. So we'll put okay, I'm sending you a request to become a friend. Okay, so that's on the app. So you accept that.
Move along.
Sent it to you through the app. So you accept that.
Good luck on your hunt.
So you need to accept me as a friend on the app first. No, not on Destiny app. Go to PlayStation app. It's on PlayStation app. So you accept on PlayStation app the request to be a friend. And then I can invite you easily through the game as well. Do you see what I mean? Then you'll get notifications and everything. So not Destiny app, it is on PlayStation app. Yeah, it's fine. The way it works is they change the app somewhat. You will get the invite on the app, you know, requesting to accept, and then you click on that, and then you're a friend. Basically, I'll send you another one. You just click on the app. You know, when it comes in, you just accept. And Zenith was asking if we are bought on PlayStation consoles. Yeah, we've got to be, because you know it's no cross. There's no crossplay in no cross save or crossplay here in Destiny 1. So anyone who's here is a PlayStation player. Yeah, add me. Yeah, add me. Yeah, that's right. So now I accepted you. Now we are friends. Okay. So as we are friends, I'll send you a request to come in. So now it should be easy because we are both friends and the request should have gone in. Yep.
Yes? saw this many people in the bay. We're going to war.
Something's gone wrong in here. For some reason, don't know why. There, just accept mine when I send it to you. Just accept mine. Check something. Yeah, I've got you now, so we should be in a fire team if everything loads properly.
Tower, we have been fallen infestation bounty. First flight bounty.
Okay, so that's fine. So you can basically crack on with the activity that you want to do. You said you wanted to do activities here, so just you are the governor. So whatever you do, I'll be doing. Yeah, that's right. We are going up to orbit. The way it works with PlayStation, it's a bit picky, you know. You've got to accept on the app first, so you're friends, and then when you send an invitation, it doesn't come to the game, it goes to PlayStation. You get it through notifications, and then you need to literally go to the notifications on PlayStation. So go out of the game, you go to the notifications, and then you accept to join. Alright, so there, you lead the way. You choose the mission that you want to be doing, we'll do it together. So you said you wanted to do House of Wolves, yeah? Well, you are the fire team leader, aren't you? Yeah, that's right. It says waiting for fire team leader, but actually you are the fire team leader.
It began with Crota. But Crota was only a servant of his father, sent to extinguish the last of the light. The great battle fought for the soul of our world ended in slaughter. The sun was dead, and we invited the wrath of Oryx, destroyer of light, taker of will. Only Ascendant Hive move between ruptures. To reach Oryx, you must walk in the dying footsteps of his son. You must become Ascendant.
It's taking a while to load. That's for sure. Activate this, I think. This thing here. Steal the crystal, yeah? You come here and you activate that crystal, and then we'll have a big battle. No, you activate it, because obviously you're the governor, you're doing the mission, so you need to activate, rather than myself, in here. It'll give you the sign saying steal the crystal, so you need to steal the crystal. Yep, there, come closer and then you can steal the crystal. Activate it, that's it. That's it.
We've got it.
I knew it could be done. And does it still hold the whisper of Crota's soul?
According to my analysis, it's empty.
No matter. Return to me, Guardian.
Okay.
We will destroy.
Eris? Cade? I think we've lost them. Something's blocking our signal and our transmat.
Infection. Your light dies.
Oh.
There's too many of them. Run!
I forgot to put my synth in. That's my fault.
How long do you want to keep doing this?
Okay. Well, we jinxed it a bit. I didn't have my ammunition on, so that caused the trouble. We'll do it again. It's no big deal.
Infection. Your light dies here.
He's immune.
Too many of them. Run!
Well, that's turning out to be really difficult.
Shouldn't we be going?
Yeah, you'll have to revive me, because otherwise I won't be able to come in. Ah, well then. Okay, we need to organize a bit differently. I think what I'll do is I'll go further back, because it's getting a bit hot in there.
There's too many of them. Run!
Actually, we need to be escaping from here, you know? So the idea is to escape, rather than battle all the ads. Now once I get out, you'll be revived. I just remember there's too many enemies in there to be contested. The idea was to get out, and I forgot about that.
Cade, can you hear us? Still no connection. This must be how the Hive trapped Eris. Take it have locked us in. Check it out.
There we are. That's it. It's the spirit need to go ahead there, I think.
Doors used to be so simple. I'll search the journal.
It has long been my belief that the binds which hold the gravest Hive terrors could be lifted by releasing the energy stored within their tomb husks.
Hey, a tomb husk. Remind me to make copies of this journal. They've warded it with 2 locks this time.
Oh, it's there. Alright. Whoops. Yeah, you can pick up the husk and then stick it in there. We'll get out of here then. That. Supercharged, that's quite good. Don't know what's going on actually. Oh, yeah, okay. Ah, it's just materials, that's not it. We should be able to get through the door. You go to the door and try to see whether you need to use your ghost or something, because it's not allowing me to do anything.
No, I won't do. Does anyone know what we need to do in here? Because I don't actually remember the details, but as far as I remember, the door should be opening, and we completed a husk, and we should be able to get through. Don't remember anything else that we were to do here. Oh, these, okay. No, I remember, I forgot about it completely.
We are going to lose him, just like Ariana.
That's Eris. The connection is getting stronger.
There's another husk in here to pick up. Yeah, it's 3 of these that needs to be
Better
picked
to
up.
have a tomb husk and not need it, than to need a tomb husk and not have it. 3 locks. Well, you can't say they aren't trying.
Where was the other one? It was bypassed. Hang on. Taking that one. Okay. Should be the 3rd one as well.
Guardian, get out of that pit. We must have that crystal or we'll never reach Oryx.
Oh. Guardian down. Where are you? Oh, you're up here. Okay. All good. Yeah, up the stairs, top right, that's it.
Guardian, is that you?
We made it out.
Then the Taken King will fall. Bring me his dead son's crystal.
That's how Eris says she appreciates your sacrifice. Glad you're still alive.
So that's completed. And you can lead the way to another mission, which is the one to follow, really this. We got 14 precision kills, that's pretty good. Yeah, you can just carry on with any other activity that you need to be completing, you know? Yep, turn into orbit, and then you can choose whatever the next chapter really is. Yeah, we'll go to the tower, do a bit of admin in there. See whether I picked up any, but I completed any bounties, I'm curious. Oh no, I've got the Seaver's thing in here, so that's alright. Completed in Seaver strikes. Well, you can see how different it is when you do it with somebody. It's easier to walk through any of these activities, and it's easier to complete. It's a lot better fun. If Zenith joins us, then let's see whether we can bring in UTF girl. I did see that. Zenith wants to join at 5 team. I guess that I need to invite Zenith and UTF girl, as I'm not the fire team leader, so that's the reason. That's the reason for it. Just give us a second. What I'll do is I'll change something. Give us a second. Yeah, if you can promote me to fire team leader at the moment, yeah, just go to options and then to program, to roster, and then promote me to fire team leader, because I want to invite Zenith to join us, so Zenith will be able to do it together with us. Yeah, cool. And just give us a second. Thank you. See whether Zenith wants to join us.
Oh, I'm not send. For some reason, not allowing me to send the invitation. Don't know why. Hang on a minute. Let me just. Just give us a second. Just give us a second. I'll invite Zenith. And then I'll invite you. So Gail, what you need to do is you need to go to your notifications on PlayStation, right? And on PlayStation, that's on your console, you just accept the invite and then that's it, then you're in. Okay, so I invited our friend Gail, I invited our friend Zenith. I'll just wait here to see whether they can come in. Our friend Gail's asking, can you say that one more time, please? Yeah. Basically, I invited, you see, you have your privacy settings on private, yeah? Okay, so that's for the party. Hang on a minute. Okay, so let me just bring in Zenith as well. Just a minute. Let's hear whether Zenith can hear us. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Zenith, can you hear me? Let me just see what's happening with the party. For some reason I can't hear you. Maybe it's your mic muted or something. I don't have a look. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can hear you. Let me just invite our friend. Just a minute. Don't know what's happening in here. Just bear with me. I couldn't. Yeah, I can hear you now. I think everything is all right. Just want to invite our friend Gail there because there's some problem there with the invites by the looks of it. So I'll send another invite in there. And
see that player was in the tower with you. I saw that afterwards.
Yeah.
I was just listening.
Well,
one of the people I was helping, they had to jump off real quick, so I thought, oh, well, I'll come over here, see if Daniel needs some help.
Of course, anytime.
There's a new exotic scout rifle quest in Destiny 2.
since yesterday. Yeah, I've seen that. They said it's on Reddit,
Okay,
and
so you're
people
aware.
have. Yeah. They said that.
So that's what we were making sure everybody
yeah.
had their stuff to go get the thing, and I guess it's pretty good. The weapon can be pretty good.
Well, obviously, everyone's very excited about the weapon. I've seen it on Reddit today, and everyone's talking about it. So
Yeah, it looks
we'll
cool.
see what the weapon's like once applied and once once used in the game. Just trying to let me see. Our friend Gail's asking about roster. No, what you need to do is just watch. Look, if you watch the stream, you'll be able to see it. You see, this is the roster. So what you do is you go to my name, right? And what you do is you press the details. So you can't see this on the screen at the moment, but when you press my name, you will get invites to Fireteam. So you send me an invite for myself to be joining your Fireteam, and then I'll accept, and you will be part of our Fireteam. Or I can send you mine. If I send you mine, I click on you, right? It's like that. Okay, yeah, I've got it now. Just bear with me.
This armor here is pretty amazing.
Just a second. Let me see whether everything is as it should be. The one you've got. Let's have a look. I'm curious.
No, there was a Titan in the tower that was standing by us. He had I think it's from the raid. It looks like cones, green cones sticking out, neon green cones off of all your. I think it's from the raid armor.
Certainly looks very good. So let's see, who is our Fireteam leader now then? What is going on? Oh, our friend Gail's a Fireteam leader. That's fine, we are here, so you just choose any activity you want and we'll do it together with you. So we all sorted. That's really cool. I apologize to our viewers, but sometimes it's a bit tricky to get everyone connected. It does happen sometimes, but we all sorted. So I just say to our friend Gail, you just carry on with any activity that you need, and I believe it's probably a continuation of what we just completed. Is it House of Wolves, or is it it's one of the expansions. The Wheel of Crota. Okay, it's a long while since I've done that, so it's a good refresher. I couldn't remember that we had to pick up 2 or 3 husks, on that door. It was 2 husks first, and then it was 3 husks on the last one. Just like anything in life, if you don't do it for a long while, then you just forget. Because generally, the replayability of story missions is not that frequently requested. We always do Sivas and the Crucible and Pinnacle Weapons. And I've done the story missions a few times on request, but it's easy to forget some details.
Master's Wakening. As long as she lives, the threat of Crota's return will haunt this world. Track her down and exterminate every hive that stands in your way.
There we are, the Will of Crota.
A new hive army is spawning under the Skywatch. This is Omnigal's doing. Find her.
Yeah, we just carry on. We'll go forward. Still have a lot of ammunition. Look at that shank.
The hive infestation is spreading.
He was gonna bite you from behind, that troll. Cheeky troll. Did you manage to get that exotic weapon today? The one in Destiny 2, the new one.
We didn't. One of the people had to jump off.
Oh yeah, yeah. So it was just like
So one.
unfinished.
There's a step. I don't want to spoil anything, but there's a step you have to do before you can start that.
No, no, it's fine. We'll never
So
spoil
we
it.
were just trying to help that guy finish up that, and then we were gonna. Holy, what the heck? That guy must have had brass knuckles or something. He came up to me and slugged me once, and it was almost over.
Well, you get sometimes really difficult enemies in.
He meleeed me once, and I was almost deceased. It was a yellow vandal.
Yeah. Well,
That's
we
why.
were doing the previous chapter, and I forgot that we just had to be getting out of the cave. You get really swarms of enemies, a bit like in Escalation Protocol, and you really, at that stage, you can't do anything about them. They're incredibly powerful. You just have to get away from them. That's the key. And two left in here. So many
Doors
ads.
open now.
Doors open.
Like,
Yep.
jeez. They were kind of drip feeding those ads.
It was.
Yeah, just send them out.
The hive have stirred the scavengers. Omnico's clever, using the fallen against you.
Look at him. Oh, he's yellow bar. Okay. Yeah, the invisible ones are quite tricky in here. You have two captains, one is yellow bar, the other one's red bar. But both are quite tricky. Ah, missed. That was ridiculous. Imagine you got him.
Whoever threw that tether in there saved my life, I'm pretty sure.
It was me.
Nice work, thank you.
Yeah. Slightly
I jumped in there all crazy and threw a grenade, and then once I got down in there, I thought, well, maybe this wasn't the best idea. It was getting a little too aggressive, and then, boom, tether. Perfect.
Well, I basically wanted to tether that sniper that was here on the top and miscued, but then that saved you, so it was altogether very good. Tether's always good, actually. Tether stays there for a while, you know? Tether stays for a while, and then if the ads keep coming, they'll get tethered. That's the original Omnigul activity in here.
Let me adjust my
Later becomes
audio balance here.
yeah, later it turns into something else.
Okay, there we go. The
Yep.
game audio was a little too loud. I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, that's right. I've turned down my game volume quite sizably, because you know I always have to find the balance between anyone who is in a party with me and then the game sound, because I don't want the game sound to be too low on the stream, but we want to hear everyone at all times, which is most important, because you know people would know exactly what's going on in the game. So finding the right balance is a bit tricky for the stream. It did take me a bit of time. And what's annoying is it's different for every single game. So what I set up here for Destiny 1 is completely different for the sequel, you know. Where's it gone now?
Omnigul's only purpose is to usher in Crota's return. If she lives, our fight against Crota's armies may never end.
Okay, so that's sorted.
And if you ever need my mic adjusted, just let me know, of course.
No, that's fine. It's been generally very good. No problem. Because the problems would be if somebody is either too quiet or too loud. That's the only thing. Once you find the mid-range, it's always good. It gets well recorded, so no problem. Because you know the previous settings on consoles are tricky. I mean, it's a bit easier with PlayStation than with Xbox, but they'll have restrictions on who can be heard. And I mean, I don't know why Xbox keep doing this. It's ridiculous. Because sometimes you can hear people who are in the party with you on Xbox, and then the viewers will not hear the other participants, you know. They're just making it unnecessarily too difficult. I mean, I know that there've got to be some safety measures, but it makes it very difficult for us to streamers. Look at this, so many of them. Oop. Ah. That wizard got me. Thank you. I need to get some extra ammunition. I bought some extra synths because I was using so many of them, so I was down to about 60 or something on my heavy. Oh, look at that ogre. Exploding thralls, I evaded. Look at that, I survived. 2 of them exploded. That's astonishing. How was I able to do that? That is incredible. How was your celebs yesterday?
It was good. It was yeah, it was really good.
Oh, very good.
Very fun.
Loads of friends were having fun and, you know, family celebrations, USA-wide. And therefore, I didn't really want to be running a stream, because I know lots of people just nip out for 10 minutes and then, you know, 10 minutes turns into a couple of hours and the family celebs are affected by it, and I don't want that to happen to anyone.
Well, you know, I'm just probably the only regular Destiny 1 streamer, so as we carry on, there will be many more people coming to the channel, because they'll see it. It's the channel that's streaming Destiny every day, or at least 5 times a week. Most other people are doing it, you know, on and off. Hence the traffic. The traffic's been very good, really. And lots of new members coming in, which is really cool.
I'll probably pop my bubble here fairly soon. Kind of by where I'm at right now. Start going here.
Look at that wizard. He's taking like
They can in this room.
4 or 5 rounds. Like an ordinary red bar wizard, taking hardly any damage. Now that will be hard to survive. But actually I did survive, which is another miracle. Oh, there's so many of them in there. Oh no, 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 no. Cheeky exploding thrall. Survive him as well. Well, eventually. Something, somewhere, managed to kill me.
What's your revive? Oh, exploding throw, it's gonna be bad.
That's right, that's right. I survived. Miracle. No, 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 no. Exploding Thrall just popped up next to this knight as I was spinning my
Which has got me down.
Dark Drinker.
Down.
Bubble. Bubble. Cool, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh no, again! So many exploding thralls down here. Where is that Omnigul? Hang on. Hold on. Miss. Miss! The third one was a miss. Omnigul's defeated. Dark Drinker did it. Dark Drinker did it.
The agents of Crota's will have been defeated. The Hive will not take this transgression lightly. But you, Guardian, have given them something new to fear.
Boxing match, look at this. That's weird, because obviously we completed the mission, so these ads should not be coming out. But they still keep coming. They still keep coming.
Saw that.
I had nil precision kills.
We're using shotgun, fusion rifle.
Yeah, I was just Dark Drinker all the time. I was Dark Drinking
That's
it.
tough to get precision kills with the dark drink.
Yeah, I think
That's
very
tough.
unlikely. That'd be impossible. Possibly there is a way. I'm sure Ali would be able to tell us, or Lupus Arius. I've not heard from Lupus actually. I pinged him a message the other day when he popped in and said when you guys going to be on next, and he didn't respond yet. And also I've not heard from Matt. I did alert him on the day that we were not able to do it yesterday. But you know, he'll get back in touch, and it's that problem really.
You let him know.
Yeah. On the day.
Messaged him
On the day.
about yesterday.
Now on the day I messaged him and you know, made sure that he knew. and he does receive messages on his smartphone, so you know, no trouble really. Okay, let's see what's next. Well, this is how you get introduced to Omnigul for the first time in the game, there, what we just completed, and later it becomes a Siva or a Vanguard strike, and then you can have it also as Nightfall. But I've got to admit, I thought there were many more exploding thralls there than usual, and they were making it really dodgy. I died. Next to knights and other. I guess can be difficult where we get ogres as well. We've done it once recently. I can't remember if it was Siva or Nightfall, where Omnigul was overpowered. It took forever to get back to the time. Let's see anything. Nothing of significance really for me. All done, all done. Let's go and see Master of All.
I've neglected my work for too long. Promise me you'll practice.
Parallax. Okay, so these are the weapons we don't actually need. It's a bit silly for Bungie to indicate that, you know, all the errors have been resolved when in fact we are still getting them. Don't know what's causing it. I suspect it's a DDoS attack, similar to what we had with Diablo. It's just that Bungie had not confirmed it. I can't imagine this would be just simply
Have you guys been getting the errors today?
Didn't get any errors today so far, no. Gel's the boss, so Gel can just take us to any place really. Wherever you want us to go, just proceed. And we are here to help out, really. We are back to orbit. Very good. Loads of questions from our community members, you know. So good to see that people are watching the stream and playback. They're asking questions which are specific to some of the discussions that we've had. Very happy about that, really. And I can see that people are getting more interested in charitable fundraising. Not many streamers promote it every day. You get people doing it a one-off, like one day or a weekend. But doing it continuously is something else, and I'm very happy to see that we are attracting some interest. So I'm hoping that other people do exactly the same. For other charities, obviously. The charities of their own choosing. Because Tiltify has a very lengthy list, there are loads of different charities, and I'd say the vast majority are in the US. And the US residents and citizens will be familiar with these charities, for certain. And there aren't that many British charities, but I've selected the ones which I believe apply to me, or the ones I wish to support. And that's Mind, and then Shelter, helping people who are threatened with homelessness, and then there is National Society for National Autistic Society, Epilepsy Scotland, and Great Ormond Street Hospital. So these are the ones. The Promethean Code. Alright. Well, there is one pinnacle weapon attached to this mission, and I think Matt will be guiding us through that, if I'm not mistaken. at some point. He will confirm. Gail Mile. I'm Gail, also on my phone. Excellent. You can watch the stream on your phone. That's the easiest. And I think the best to watch it through that charitable fundraising link, because it's not going to use as much of your bandwidth. If you're on Wi-Fi, then it's obviously no problem. It's always the best to have it on your phone if you're doing it through console, you know, with the actual active live online gaming. On the stats, which I get every day about my streams, I get 85% of viewers watching it on the smartphone. Only 15% are watching it on consoles or PCs. So it's a significant change compared to the way things were in the past. And that's because, you know, the access has been enhanced. So, you know, Gail subscribed. Thank you for subscribing through Stream Elements. Thank you. What I like about the overlays is I get alerts. So anytime somebody subscribes or follows, we get nice animation popping up. It makes it really very interactive. People can see exactly what the score is. Ah,
I went the wrong way.
Yeah, by the looks of it.
Yeah. We have to go down those stairs and
that is right.
Radio.
I'm just on autopilot because we've done this.
I was
you know,
on
save
too.
us and
I was on
you know,
autopilot as well.
Yeah.
I should say.
You just proceed as usual and then realize, that's not the right thing to do. It's the wrong mission. Or we need to go down below, right? It's the stairs. Hang on, I'll go up there. The other way. Well, that's actually, for myself, really good about Destiny, because I've played 1,000,000 times and I can still forget about things. You know, with some games they're so predictable and exactly what to do at any time. And in here, I can always sort of, from time to time, get lost or do something wrong, which I really like. It tells you that the game's amazing. It's got so much content.
You got the same bypass frequency
And
that got me inside.
He will protect his domain.
I'm not like those guys say, how can you forget? Don't you ever forget that? I'm just the other way.
More interdimensional goo. Taking her here.
Hang on, let me take a screenshot of this.
Not possible. We
That's
sealed the
really cool.
complex after the Omnigal breach.
Cade, look at this.
Oh, that does look bad. Okay, so if you see him, just shoot him. How did they even get in there?
The Taken are not bound by terrestrial constraints.
Yeah, I'll bet they'll be constrained by terrestrial bullets.
Okay. Some materials to be collected in there. Pretty good. Gil, you can see how different the game looks when one's doing it with a team It's like a completely different type of game. It's really fun, and we have plenty to do. Therefore, I always suggest to everyone to do it in a squad of 3, if at all possible. It's just a lot more enjoyable, a lot more interactive, and a lot more to do. And that's exactly how Bungie wanted us to play the game.
I can't believe the Taken can track us so easily.
Right from the start.
Oryx really does hate us.
Why we're here. We need those cloaking codes.
That's good. This time my aim was pretty good. Okay. Oh well, you are way faster than me. I managed to eliminate them all before I even got there. I went to see yesterday the new Jennifer Lawrence film, you know, the comedy when she is having her house under threat, and then she gets, well, she finds this ad on the Gumtree, and gets involved with someone's son in order to make him a bit more of a man, and oh, it's so funny. I mean, she's such a great comedian, honestly. She just lights up the screen, and also the chap's really perfect for that role. So the exchanges between them are so funny, and the dialogue's so well written. You have a scene where she wants to go skinny dipping, and he says, "Isn't this the way Jaws started?" He's afraid of sharks. It's just, you know, the exchange is so funny.
Yeah, I definitely want to see that one.
Absolutely, I highly recommend it. Really enjoyable. And there are so many comedies nowadays that are so badly written, you know, the dialogue's unfunny. And this is just the way it needs to be. Brings you back to the comedies of the 1930s, where it was all about wisecracking and fast-paced dialogue and beautifully written, the vast majority of films.
I'm not sure if it can be modified to work on a Guardian.
Where do you think blade dancers got their cloaking ability?
If the Vanguard are satisfied,
Oh, we completed it.
finally end this. Return to the moon. Steal Crota's soul.
The Intern with De Niro and Anne Hathaway was beautifully written and really funny and sad at the same time. Also highly recommended. It's been out, well, a few years ago, but definitely one of those comedies stroke dramas that really did excel compared to so many, where I actually cried because the film was so poor and unfunny. I didn't cry for my money because I got the Unlimited pass. Unlimited gives you free access to any screening anywhere in Cineworld cinemas. But do you have Cineworld in the US? They're part of another bigger group. Trying to think what they're called now. Cineworld over here and in Europe.
Yeah, I don't think we have those.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same cinema chain, but they have a name, but I can't remember what it is.
I think over here it's Mans with 2 N's.
Oh yeah.
M-A-N-N.
Well, they suffered huge liabilities during the pandemic. Presently, they had up to £6 or £7 billion debt, or something like that. It was like unbelievably high debt. And they've gone for a buyout, and they managed to get new owners. But you know, these are beautiful cinemas. They're modern and expensive to run, and generally the attendance has been very, very poor. Like I watched. Okay, there were a few people watching Jennifer Lawrence film yesterday, but I also watched the other films earlier, and there were only about 4 or 5 people watching them early in the day. And Life Mark is a fantastic film about adoption. Honestly, I was astonished by how good it was.
Tannix has no house.
A new film has just been out last week.
No banner.
Just on some serious political issues in the US, you know? To deal with adoption, abortion, and various other kind of individual civic rights. So really so well played and perfect casting.
Since wolves broke their chains, yes. Now Tannix works for Wolfpack, but not for long.
Asteroid City I watched yesterday. I thought it was a bit over the top. I like Wes Anderson, but I think it would be hard to digest for most people. The idea and the concept that he has.
Which one?
Asteroid City.
Your job just as simple.
Fantastic cast. He has cameo appearances of so many actors, but you know, it is a comedy and very much within his own kind of signature style. But okay, I was going to revive you. Gil said, I don't think so. I'm wondering what that was in response to. I didn't quite catch when the comment came in. I guess in relation to Cineworld, right? To the cinemas. Regal Group is the one that owns, I think, or they changed names, you know, because as they change owners, they always have to legally change the name, and that's the reason as to why you got the same business, but actually sold them different auspices, so to speak. And there's a huge problem for Cineworld at the moment. They own also a Picture House chain, which is a kind of art house cinema chain in Britain, and I'm not sure what's going to happen as they you know, did get new owners, and the huge debts, and the attendance is not particularly rosy.
He will try to trick you. Fight. Win.
Well, on Monday I'll watch a fantastic IMAX double bill. It will be the new Indiana Jones plus the brand new Mission Impossible. So I really look forward to that. And I watch everything in IMAX every week, whatever comes there. It's just the very best cinematic experience of today. IMAX cinemas are so immersive, you know, with sound quality and ultra sharp, razor sharp picture. And if one really complained that the cinemas are no more, or you know, they're not as enjoyable as they used to be in the past, they need to go to IMAX and see some of these blockbusters. You know, the experience is phenomenal. It's just the best possible. You become part of that world, and that's what cinema is all about. A bit like here, when you play some video games, you become fully part of that world, and you're interactive, and you take decisions.
I think I've only been there once.
Well, most people would have gone there once or 3 times, you know, if they've gone to the full run on all 3 characters. Well, mind you, what am I doing? I've got my dark drinker, yet I'm using the fusion rifle. Oh, I apologise for that. Didn't want to do that really. Oh, Tannix. Where's he gone now?
disappeared already.
He's out of here.
He's out of here, yeah.
Is jamming our comms. Fight well, Guardian. Fight.
In the early days, we were all trying to eliminate him as early as possible, but that doesn't work. As soon as he goes down to like 60%, he disappears.
In the ways of old.
Well, the cast of Astro City is amazing, you know. So many cameo appearances. And it's funny, but, you know, it's just this... I think it's too intellectual for ordinary consumers. Therefore, they will not do jokes. Yeah, I can see that. Oh, look at him. Yeah. Out of ammo. To get some extra ammo. Well, I'm eating those synths. My goodness, I need to wait for Zer to pop up on Friday. As many as possible. You see the trick there, if you want to Dark Drinker Tanix, what you need to do is you Dark Drinker him and then you immediately jump. That's the most important thing, because when you're attacking him, he will slam and then that's it. There's no return after that. Stamping and slamming. Yeah, I used to like this one, and I played it a lot. When you get that tank. One's got to be careful, because if you stand just below the tank, then as it falls, it kills you. Which is what happened to me a few times.
Hold back here, I think. Maybe here?
Yeah. Oh, he took like 6 hacks. He was ridiculously strong. Oh no, exploding shanks.
Yeah, exploders.
Yeah, I just blew up together with the rest of them in there. In the tunnel. Watch out, watch out. Yep. I just behaved like kamikaze, you know. Literally nosedived on exploding shanks, which is the silliest thing I could have done. No, I'm alive. Thank you, thank you. Nearly got me now. Oh. Guardian down. No, don't explode on me. No! That was... Ah, the other one got me. I should have been using the spin. Thank you. Look at them. too full of themselves, these ads. Oh, he's still alive. Yeah. We're just a bit unfortunate in there. A bit unlucky. Yeah, I'll respawn, that's fine. Don't worry about it. Too close to the tank. Yep.
Guardian down.
Oh. Ah, did it? Ah, no, I didn't manage to revive you. That's annoying. Probably best to wait, because yep. That bubble's so useful, honestly. It's just...
I do like it.
Yeah, together with Tether it's the best. I know that Sekapup was using it all the time when he played Titan. A bit of an overkill in there. Okay, that worked. I lived. They died. The Court Varix.
That's a... Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, buddy. Calm down. Need to back up.
Oh, he's up there. Okay.
Oh, that's crazy. Does he always just appear like that?
He does, yeah. He's usually hiding in here, and then he pops up. Okay. It's funny, isn't it? Because we are playing it now as part of the story missions, but generally we are doing it as Sealess. Tethered him on it. Where has he gone now? Oh, there. Well, if anyone's got any rockets, then that will resolve the problem. So I got Dark Drinker, I'll try to Dark Drinker him as well. Ah, now he got me. What's his life like? Has he got much life left?
How much time do you guys have left?
2 seconds, 1 second.
Yeah, I'm just gonna back up and just be safe.
Yep.
He was low, but there were enemies in there. Sense crushing him. Nice.
Notorious mercenary dead.
Hey, look at that.
No small
There's an exotic on the ground, I think.
Where?
rewarded treasure.
I'll screenshot it. Hang on.
My respect as well.
See this? These enemies keep popping up after the whole thing's finished. So, good job I got this Scorch Cannon. Really helped. They're relentless, they're not stopping, they just keep coming. We finished everything, they still keep coming. Yet again, I got plenty of precision kills, look at that, that's really remarkable. The greatest number of precision kills I've got so far. Nil. Well, I want to say to our viewers, we are helping Gale with the story-based missions, the campaign basically of Destiny 1, and we are having a lot of fun by doing this. We've not been doing the campaign missions here for quite a while, so that's really good fun and thoroughly enjoyable for everyone, both to play and watch. Okay, unlocking perks. Want everything masterworked. Just unlocking all the perks on various bits of armor. Once everything's masterworked, then we'll swap. We'll have something else, which still needs extra grinding. And Destiny is very grindy. Therefore, the grinds are a lot more enjoyable if completed in a team. Grinding by oneself is never ending. Captain Jack was telling me that a little while back. He said, I live in that Destiny world. And Gale said he is so low. Yeah, he was less than 1% when I chucked that grenade and used my dark drink on him, so that was it. But basically for Taniks, the best weapon to use in a team, well, the heavies really are the best for him. One person with dark drink and two people with Galahorns. You can try Black Spindle as well, but maybe Sleeper Simulant. Sleeper Simulant is a deal if the bosses are really you know, down to very little health. So it's one shot, one kill with Sleeper Simulant. It's the most powerful fusion rifle in the game, and I don't use it that frequently, I've got to admit. I know other people used it, and I guess it's tactical. You're waiting for the team to reduce the boss's health, and then just bang, and that's it. Dark Drinker is more risky because you have to come close range, right? And I had to be coming close to the boss. So some people do mind dying. You know, some people always counting on that they're not going to die, and I think in this sort of game it's a bit dicey. We all have to die many times, but then again it's down to the game of the player preference.
Okay, you've got the crystal. All you have to do now is fill it with Crota's soul. The Hive are in the middle of some kind of funeral, so...
Not a funeral. A death ceremony. Crota's essence is being
I actually fancy a snack.
Right. So when you get to this funeral, Oryx will be watching close. Use Rasputin's cloak to slip past the Taken. Find Crota's soul, wrap it up, and get out.
Well, we're just walking through the story missions. I'm sure Gale's going to be very happy. Makes it easier to complete.
Yeah.
When the Death Singers begin, you'll know you're close.
What she's trying to say is that she doesn't know.
I also died. Stepped in a hole. We all died.
Slid
And
right
I
off,
will
yeah.
try not to step on his head.
Oh, I guess now we can go.
It's a bit like that bridge in Kreuter. Exactly the same.
Out of sight. We need you back alive. You have the frequency, Ghost?
And your modifications. We'll be ready.
This particular story mission is pretty fun.
Yes, it is. Yeah, I like it. I like the campaign missions in general. I think they're really
Let's hope this works.
very entertaining, and it's interesting how they sort of managed to put in a lot of action with little story, but yet it all kind of, to a degree, makes sense. But it's interesting, in Destiny, when you do these story missions, you're not that bothered. Oops.
Cross the chasm, enter their world.
I was going to say, oh, I was being pushed in. Well, this is extremely difficult if you're doing it as a solo player, this.
Naturally. I couldn't move.
No, I couldn't get out. It was just literally tethered.
I think we got spotted.
Yeah. Well, I got spotted, and
Let's
then.
hope this works. Cloaking.
Basically, it requires stealth. We all have got to be as invisible as possible. And then find that tomb husk and go there.
Enter their world.
Careful, we've still got to avoid them. I hope they can't see this thing.
Well, okay, the wrong way. Silly ogres coming in here. Ah, it brought me back.
Uh-oh, what happened?
I have no idea.
It sounds like it's glitched. The audio does.
I didn't do anything. We were just being brought back, and I thought we got away.
Yeah, I did. I was standing right next to
Let's hope
Gabe.
this works. Cloaking.
Hmm.
I can't see you. Can you see me?
Keep your distance. They can't see you, but they can still smell you. Eris can replace her ship. We can't replace you.
Cross the chasm, enter their world.
Oh boy.
Careful, we've still got to avoid them. They can't see this thing.
Ogre, watch out. Yeah. Oh, that was close.
Yeah, I'm still on the knights. One of them trapped me.
You think they heard that?
Don't move, witches. Oh boy. That was close.
Yeah, I managed to escape thanks to yourselves.
The Death Singers. They are
Just
preparing
about to
Crota's
join you,
soul
though.
for the next realm. Follow their cry. It was just as this when I walked in the dark.
I see when you sprint, you turn
songs in the
red,
wind
so they must be able to
Ariana fell.
hear you better.
Reach Crota's tomb and take what remains of his soul.
lot of tombs here. How do we find Crotus?
You'll know it when you see it.
It's working. How much do we need to pass as an Ascendant Hive?
Only a taste, but steal all you can.
Something's wrong. We're exposed. Walk for transmat. Get out of there. We must have Crotus soul. They've got enough. Walk for transmat, Ghost. I can't. Everything is corrupted. I can't connect. Stay alive. We've got to make it back.
So now we got to stay alive. That's the only thing we need to do. Can go in there actually. Yeah, you can. Yeah, that's right. It's a lot easier when you're a 3-piece. As a solo player in here, plenty of difficulties. You get stuck very easily. Oh, what's happening here? They nearly got me this time. Still more to come. To ancient Egypt by the sounds of it. The rituals. Teleported now.
Wow, that took her long enough.
Yeah.
It was the best I could do with
Chris
so little
needs to
time.
work on her magic.
You pulled us out.
One of Toland's tricks. There is nothing more than the dark, but I will not lose another guardian.
Well, we barely survived.
The last whisper of Crotus soul.
Loads of enemies in there.
Now. Find Oryx on the Dreadnought. Destroy him.
Well, progressing towards Oryx, so that's going to be a big mission, which is also quite tricky. If you do it by yourself, you frequently catch from above, which is extremely annoying. You do everything right, and then you die. Precision kills. I'm to the potential. Look at that. 3 precision kills. Well, the idea was to be as invisible as possible. Yeah, Gil, just bring us in. We'll go forward to the next chapter, so we can just walk through it. The next act, whatever. Gail told us earlier, you've probably seen, that she doesn't have many friends to play Destiny with, and I said, well, the best way really to connect with others is through either my channel or Reddit. And then if one talks to everyone, there are going to be plenty of friends. All of us are always going to be quite keen to step in, so never any shortage of volunteers. They're all looking good, yeah. Destiny community is very friendly and very attentive. I've got to say, I mean, I've played Destiny very extensively for more than 5 years now, and there was one incident with some hackers coming in and causing some trouble, which was immediately resolved. But otherwise, we've not had anyone being nasty, abusive, or abrasive. However, I do hear from others that they come across such players, but I can't stop thinking that the vast majority of those people are linked to PvP or raids. I can't see as to why somebody should be aggressive or unpleasant if they're doing the campaign missions. So, you know, very sad to hear that.
Push back the dark. End it.
Oh, there we are.
She's right, Guardian. There's no doubt in my mind.
Oh, this is fun. I like that.
Now, get to that rupture.
Dreadnought. Regicide. Shotgun. Oh, you got him. Okay. That's pretty good. Yeah, it's this way up, isn't it? Remember.
Okay, that's where the rupture should be.
Get it open. Once you're through, send your coordinates. We'll lock down your signal and deploy reinforcements.
Ah, look at this. Come on. Yeah. This was funny. Clash of heads. Mid-air. What's happening?
The rupture can sense the soul you hold. You are ascendant. The rupture can sense the soul you hold. You are...
We talked about this just yesterday, you remember? Alice said that day before yesterday, in fact. They hold the world record.
We're definitely somewhere. But
for the shrine.
Oryx. Well, now we know we have his attention. Hi, Oryx.
shooting from the hip, trying to find out how precision driven I am when doing this. Okay. All sorted. Olga.
Well, I guess we're worthy now.
Come for me, warrior of light.
Stuck in midair, look at this.
Finish what Crota began.
Guardian down.
No problem. Nicely sorted.
Oh, you can scan these statues.
Yep. Gail's the governor. We leave it to the team leader to do our scanning. It's a bit tricky to find the exact place where you do see the ghosts, you know?
These statues, everything here was created before Earth was formed. I wonder how many worlds Oryx has taken.
It's so dark in here, I can't see a thing. As dark as a dark hole.
At last, I will have vengeance.
Yeah, rockets in. Galahorn. Yeah, he's not taking a lot of damage. Dark Drinker's not doing it in there. That's the last mission of this DLC. That will end it.
Traveler's light cannot wait you here.
this wretched bubble. He sounds so friendly, don't you think?
Very cordial.
It's not taking a lot of damage. I'm out. I'm out.
Oh.
Bets off with Gallifon here.
Where is he?
Oh, he's immune. Alright, wasted my rockets. Needs to come in. Yeah, I got him though twice, that's fine. Got some extra rockets as well. Just wait till he comes in, and then I can unleash. Oh, he's gone. Good. Gallifon did it, you know? Gallifon really did it. He really helped. Didn't take any damage from Dark Drinker, but Gallifon was, you know, really damaging him substantially. Let's see the cutscene. The Taken King has been destroyed. But this ending is quite difficult to complete. Oh, cutscene.
My queen, you were right. The Guardian was the key. For the first time, the whispers are silent. It is done. I have accepted my fate. I will not fail.
Ares will not fail. Ah, not many kills there for me this time. 2 precision kills. So that completes the Taken King.
I might have to jump off. It looks like that person that left is back, and they're wondering if I can go help on that.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, no worries. Well, thanks very much for joining us.
Rifle quest. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'll swing by the tower. I noticed Gale's going to the towers.
Yeah.
I'll see what that exotic was that I sent you a screenshot of.
Oh yeah, I need to have a look. Sorry about that. I didn't have a look.
It's just an engram sitting on the ground. It's like
yeah. You sent me the screenshot. I've not seen it. I did see it pop up, but we're in the middle of this battle, so I didn't pick up on the message.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you pick up this engram, and that's the quest, and then you need to carry on. That's what it is. Yeah. Oh well. Looks good. Well, we need to do Destiny 2 sometime in here as well. Maybe we'll do it. What's tomorrow? Thursday. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow. We'll do a bit of Destiny 1, a bit of Destiny 2, you know? We can have Destiny 1 for a while and then a couple of hours of Destiny, because I've got to be catching up with the tasks in the sequel. And I don't play PvP or high octane games later in the evening, so that leaves no time for it. Unless I do it over the weekend, and it was so annoying that these crashes were happening on Sunday, Saturday.
Yeah, and I might be going to the cinema tomorrow. I'll let you know.
Okay. We're gonna see Jennifer Lawrence. Indiana Jones, maybe.
We were either gonna see that. We also wanted to see the new Transformers movie.
Oh yeah.
Really good.
That was out a couple of weeks ago. I've not seen it yet.
Mm-hmm.
And well, the trouble for me really has been the quick turnaround, because for quite a few months we've had the same film in IMAX for a few weeks, and last 3 or 4 weeks it's been like 1 film per week because all the new releases, the blockbusters, are coming in, and that's been annoying because I missed Fast and Furious in IMAX, and I missed Transformers in IMAX. So I'm hoping that as the Mission Impossible and what's the other one? Indiana Jones is off. I'm hoping they'll bring back the same titles for 1 screening a day or so, but I'm not certain, because they'll have Oppenheimer on the 21st, which is my birthday, incidentally. Christopher Nolan's releasing his films on my birthday, so it was a fantastic celebration for Dunkirk, because obviously Dunkirk is a very important event in our history over here, and he released it, and there was a red carpet gala and everything on my birthday, and I went to first Leicester Square Odeon, where they even had a big Spitfire outside of the cinema, and after that I've gone to the BFI, where he was doing an on-stage Q&A, and then we watched the film, which was world premiere, so it was really quite something, and a very nice dinner afterwards. For me, a perfect birthday celebration. It couldn't have been better, you know, having Dunkirk and Christopher Nolan and the film, and it was just really the best. Although I didn't see it in IMAX on my first viewing, and this was like pre-premiere, right? So I went to see it in IMAX then a few days later. And if you want to watch Dunkirk, you've got to see it on IMAX. It's almost like a silent film, and he's literally toying with sounds, noises, and everything else in the environment, which is building up suspense. A terrific film, which is like visual poetry.
Mm-hmm.
He's definitely one of the best directors of all times, Christopher Nolan, and he's gone down the route of making these massive big epics, inclusive of Batman trilogy, and he excelled in every one of the projects. He's just incredible. And incidentally, I watched today a clip. It was like an on-stage discussion. Christopher Nolan running the discussion on Heat, and the participants were Pacino, De Niro, and Michael Mann. So it's just incredible. You couldn't have had a better selection of true cinematic geniuses placed together. Obviously, Mann and Nolan being some of the best directors of all time. So those two actors who obviously in the pantheon. It was so interesting, and I need to dig up. It was a clip, you know. I need to dig up the whole interview because this must have been a premiere of 4K restoration of Heat or some special event in the US where all of them got together. And I know that Heat is one of the favorite films of Christopher Nolan's, hence him being the moderator, and that was so interesting as well. And actually, I've been in forums with him several times. In fact, the first forum with him was quite early in his career. He was pre-release screening of Following, his first big blockbuster film, right? He made it after what's the film called? Yeah, just escapes me now. His second feature that was giving him the huge global acclaim. So he came as a up and coming, you know, young director, and he was interviewed on stage. And in fact, the event was quite badly attended. There weren't that many people watching the film or him doing the Q&A at the British Film Institute. But you could really tell the man was a genius. Just the way he talked about the films he created so far, and you know, his vision, his perspective, the magnitude of that sort of cinematic adventure. It was incredible. I knew he was going to be big, massive, and that's exactly what happened. Oppenheimer is about this guy who created the H-bomb, right? But the film, I think, does have some degree of controversy. I've seen the trailer yesterday. They just released a new trailer, which was not... I mean, we just had teasers all along until yesterday. And yesterday I saw the full trailer that's introducing the film that will be released in a couple of weeks. And I picked it up from the trailer that there is some sort of, you know, like a debate about the whole thing as to why it was invented and how it was going to be used and everything else. So we need to see the film to know exactly what the viewpoint is. But I've got to say, it looked incredibly spectacular, and it will be fantastic in IMAX. Again, a film that's going to have that suspense built through noise and sounds and everything else, and, you know, deeply immersive. So I can't wait to see it. I'm going to see it on my birthday on the 21st. So again, thanks, Chris. You know, couldn't have been better celebs for me. Not once, but several times in my lifetime. So, all right. So you said you want to jump off, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, very good to see you. Thanks very much for joining us and for helping out Gail. We'll probably do a bit more, because I'll have about extra 15 minutes, and then I've got to have a bit of dinner, and then off swimming as usual. Didn't go swimming yesterday. I was in London. Yesterday was very wet out here. Like, as I was coming back, it was like proper torrential rain, which really is most welcome. So there's no humidity anymore. It's like properly fresh, and I wonder how long this is going to last. Today it wasn't raining. It was just plain sunshine. But it wasn't, you know, we had like 33, 34 degrees, but now it's gone down to about 20s, 21, 20. So it's a lot more bearable, and obviously with no humidity. Anyway, hope you enjoy the cinema tomorrow, if we don't speak in between, and you'll be able to tell me what Transformers were like, because I've not seen them yet. Planning to see them next week. So have fun, and speak to you soon.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks for the gaming until Gail.
No worries. No worries. All the very best. Take care.
Here comes Gil. Maybe you want a screenshot before I leave, or do the three of us? Or?
We are going to have that screenshot, of course. I think. Let me see. If you just, if you can go closer to Gil a bit, because the cut wasn't too good for me. Okay, it's not too bad. That's fine. Do a screenshot. I'll do another one. Just stand there for a second. Nice. This is getting a better angle, I think. Get a bit closer. Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect. Just bear with me. I've got it. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Sounds good.
Cool.
It's great Great playing with you.
Indeed.
Folks.
Likewise.
Have a good rest of your stream, Daniel.
Pleasure as always. And enjoy the Transformers and everything tomorrow. And then we'll catch up. Take care.
Yep, sounds good. You take care.
Will do. Gail, do you want to do anything else, or are you happy to do maybe 1 or 2 Sievas? Because I thought we'd do some Sievas, and then I'll call it today, because my stream will end in about 15 minutes or so. You up for that? You want to do some Sievas, or do you want to depart? And Gail also says thanks very much to Zenith for helping. Thank you indeed. Much appreciated. And very easy to walk through the Taken King when one is doing it as a 3-piece with 4400. It makes a Sieva strikes. If you promote me to team leader, I'll just go there because I'm a bit pushed for time. We can have like 2 strikes, and then if you promote me back to team leader, I'll go to Sievas, and then we can just have bounties that picked up earlier for Sievas. So that should be fine. Yeah, that's fine. Or you can make them hard, actually. If you make them hard, they will be more entertaining. Doesn't matter, we can do either way, it's fine. I'm fine. You know? If the game is allowing you to do that. And you can choose them from the main map. You know, when you get the planets, you choose the ones in there. You know? You get planets up. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Let's see what the chaff, no radar, small arms, primary weapon, strong, solar, somebody gets solar, and then enemies, up in great numbers, heroic. Yep, crack on, we can carry on. Just want to say to our viewers that today's session was entirely community based. We had Q&As on community questions, we've had some news, and then we had Gail coming here and Zenith also coming in, so we were doing lots of different story missions linked to Taken King, and we completed the Taken King for Gail, which is wonderful. And Gail, if you want to do this on other characters like Warlock and Titan, we can do that as well at some other time on another day. Just let us know, we'll bring you in, and we'll do, you know, for the rest of the characters, or if you have any other story missions attached to our other Guardians, no problem. I personally really enjoy playing story missions and campaign here on my channel, because usually when people come in and want to do story missions, they still have some leftovers, they want to complete the full game, and that is exactly what I like doing, because this channel is based on community effort and gaming, which is done in squads, and we always want to help and support those who are in the need or who have the need to be, you know, doing some things within the game. And that's the idea behind the channel that is community based, all inclusive, fully supportive, helping people who are feeling a bit vulnerable, a bit alone, a bit isolated, and that's the idea. And it absolutely works. And I've not seen one person who'd come to our channel who would actually feel alone afterwards. So that's the greatest benefit of being able to join our community.
Let's get to taking out their command, one by one. Valis Ta'arik. From what I can gather, he commands the siege.
I'm hungry.
Well,
Gail, did you have a nice barbecue yesterday? Celebrating the 4th of July. Everyone must have been doing barbecues if there is nice weather in the US where you are. Yeah, I thought so.
See if we can track down Valis Ta'arik.
Nice burgers, sausages, hot dogs, chops. I used to work with somebody years back who was from Michigan, and he would make these massive big grills for the Independence Day, so it was really good fun. Mind you, I like barbecue as well. No radar. We need to use our ghost in here. Look at these. Look at these. Mind you, I've got another weapon. Inventory. I need my dark drinker. Yeah, you got them sorted. So we need to go up there. That's right, and that's where I need to go. The wheels are turning, but we are not going in. Just a second. Oh no, it's not this way. I thought it was going to be the other way. No, it's not. I hate that chaff. I hate it when there's no radar. Looks like somebody else joined us in there. By the looks of it. Ah, I got hit by somebody or something, I'm not sure what killed me. Yeah, I know what this is, this Hydra. For the second time. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Finished. A bit more to do down here. Yeah, well, we're just walking through it by the looks of it. Ah. Okay, we did get him. That's fine. Use another synth, maybe. Maybe not, actually. No, deploying Ghost. We need to deploy Ghost in here. That's right.
That's all sorted, good. Okay, that's also sorted. I'm kind of unemployed in here, but looks of it. Hardly anything to do for me. Oh. Tortured champions. Yep, I need to go forward. He'll pop up here. He is going to pop up. Oh, he's there already. I'm too close to him. I was too close to him. Don't revive us, just let us respawn and you stay safe, yeah? Better option. No. Again, he popped up just next to me. Oh no, that's ridiculous. That was so fast. Thank you. Okay, so that beast has been eliminated. I tethered the wrong enemy. My tether was and should have been aimed at Colossus. And guess what? Did something else. Okay, we'll sort them out now. Where's that Colossus now? Okay. Don't think I've got much. Let's see. Yeah, I can actually pick up another synth, so that's good. Our friend was racing towards the destination, and that's the boss. And for that, I'll keep my sword for the time being.
Where is he? I was gonna revive you, I couldn't see anywhere. Don't know why. That's gonna be tricky, he's gonna see you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Guardian down.
Valus Torok was able to get me. Well, well, well. Thank you.
Guardian down.
Oh no. We all got killed. I need to change my weapon. I'm not happy with the weapon I've got. Hang on, we'll do Galahorn there for the boss.
Guardian down. Guardian down.
I got killed now. Thank you. Oh, that Ballastora got me again. Thank you. Yeah, he's got plenty of life left. There is a... There. Trying to get some extra ammunition.
Guardian down. We got it.
he's gone. Okay.
There's one less problem on Mars.
Valus Ta'ark has finally been defeated and the Cabal command dealt a great blow. But in the darkness rising, more fleets will come and new leaders will rise. We must be ready to face them all.
We'll use one skeleton key here. Okay. Alright, Gel, I think that will be it for me for today. I'll need to depart shortly, so if you can bring me back to the 5-team leader, and then I'll talk to our community members, and then I will depart. Actually, I'll have to do that. So first of all, I want to be thanking Gail for coming in today, and thank you for being our valued community member, also for being a participant here in the broadcast live online. Hope you had fun, hope it was enjoyable. Hopefully you could see as to why doing it together with us and doing it in a team is different to doing it solo, and gives you a different flavor to Destiny altogether, being a kind of a community effort, team effort type of game to be played. And feel free to pop in at any time, really. Just let us know that you want to join and we'll bring you in. And sometimes we'll have also like waiting lists and queues, you know, once lots of people are wanting to come in. But as the broadcast had resumed recently, and we do not have that sort of massive hectic activity compared to what would have been here on the channel in the past, it's all good. So just ping us a message and we'll bring you in. So we'll do it again. And Gail says with a team was way more fun. Well, the first thing you'll notice when you do it with a team is that some of the tasks, like eliminating bosses or mini bosses, become more tactical, and it becomes a lot more enjoyable and easier to complete. Like for instance what we've done there with the Taken King, the final mission. It's extremely difficult if you're doing it by yourself, you know, because that Taken King, Oryx, kind of pops up and starts attacking you, and you're either on your rocket or the last one, or something goes wrong, and every single time you need to replay it. With the three of us, he's going to be focused on one of us, right? And then he's coming towards one of us, and the other two guys can use rockets and hit him. Just as an example. The same thing applies to the Volostaric, or is it Talos Warwick? Volostaric, the mission we just completed. And it's exactly the same thing, because one team member is basically drawing his attention and the other ones can do something tactical from the other side. So it makes it much more enjoyable. That's particularly important if you come back and do Nightfall strikes, and some of these pop up, because the Nightfalls are way more difficult. And I've seen people doing it solo, but I always encourage everyone to do it as a 3-piece for the same reason. It's a way more fun and thoroughly enjoyable and easier to complete, so one can redo it several times and try different tactics and strategies, and you know, it's all about the team, and that is the principle that can be applied to Destiny 1 and Destiny 2 for any activity. Obviously, if the activities are difficult, like for instance Battlegrounds or Escalation Protocol, or the what's it called, the Altars of Sorrow, and when you have swarms of feminists coming at you, then there is the need for a bigger team. But also the other thing is, if you are doing it together with a team, you get to know people, you chat, you connect, you can do it either live on air through audio, or you can type, use chatting, and you get to know people and they become your friends. You know, it's really a wonderful way of making new connections and feeling, first of all, less alone, and then more supported. It's fundamental. So thank you for coming, and thank you for supporting us, and thank you for supporting the channel. Also thank you for following through various user IDs I've seen. That's also wonderful to see. Come back again, and I wish you a very, very good day. I'm not sure whether you are 6 hours or 8 hours back. I know that you're in the US, and in here it's already 7:15, and I will be having a bite to eat now, and then I'll go swimming a bit later at 9:00 p.m. So I really look forward to that. I didn't go swimming yesterday. I went to cinema
and I went to see some of the new releases. I talked about Asteroid City and what's it called, The Life Mark, and then we've had the new Jennifer Lawrence film, but I just keep forgetting the title. So highly recommend to everyone. It's very entertaining, very funny. It's all down to the protagonists, the dialogue and the way they interact. They're absolutely joy to watch. Hilarious and thoroughly entertaining. And I'll probably go and see it back again next week. And our friend saying, no, I'll tell you what it's called, hang on. Because I watch films on an industrial scale, so sometimes, unless the title is very easily digestible, you know, I keep forgetting. It's the common thing with all of us film buffs, you know, we talk about that film where they did such and such, and you know, it's perfectly normal. And let me just see. Well, Indiana Jones is Indiana Jones and Dial of Destiny. I'll watch that on Monday together with the new Tom Cruise Mission Impossible flick that will actually begin to screen on Monday. So it's like a pre-release screening, and I'll go and see both of them in IMAX. So one I'll see early in the day, the other in the evening. It will be a perfect double bill for me. Asteroid City, no hard feelings. It's called No Hard Feelings, right? And you have Jennifer Lawrence, and you have well, what's his name though? Let me see. Well, that's a bit silly because you don't actually see his name, you see her name everywhere. I guess she's also a co-producer, and that will explain it. We'll try that now on IMDb. Yeah, there we are, and that will be Andrew Barth Feldman. Andrew Barth Feldman, that is what it is, right? It's 2:15, so you're 6 hours back. Yeah, you're just like Zenith. Zenith is in Minnesota. Whereabouts are you in the US? Are you also on the west coast or further up north? Because he's in Minnesota, in a very rural area. We have people from all over the US. You know, we've got people from Florida, from Nevada, from Washington DC, from New York, from all over. Loads of different people. Well, Ohio, there you go. I have some family in Ohio, and I have some family in Michigan, as well as in Pennsylvania, you know, in Pittsburgh. So not too far from there you are. And not seen those family members for many years, but they live up there. Bradley is the place in Michigan where part of my family is from. So Jennifer Lawrence and Andrew Barth Feldman, and I have to say their exchanges and their sort of interactions are absolutely phenomenal. They're so funny, so entertaining. So anyone who is wondering whether this film is worth catching, I'd say absolutely. I'll probably go and see it again. I just really like the way Jennifer Lawrence was. She's playing this tomboy and very tough cookie who really is fighting for her own space in the world in a way which is, I guess, known to her. And some of the things that she says are so funny, and just the way she behaved. There's one particular sequence where her and Andrew Barth Feldman go swimming, and some guys who are severely drunk attempt to steal the clothes, and what she does then is will leave you in stitches. It's extremely funny, so definitely worth catching. I'm not gonna reveal, I'm not gonna give you the spoiler, but you will see what she does, and that will make you laugh quite a bit. So yeah, so that's really what I've been doing really in cinema. I've not been to cinema now for a few weeks because I've been building the presence here on the channel, and I've come back with a new season of streams, and there weren't that many releases. The only thing, like I said to Zenith, I missed Fast and Furious in IMAX, and I missed Transformers in IMAX. That was literally during the last couple of weeks, and I'm hoping that they'll come back. They'll import them as the interest for Indiana Jones and for Mission Impossible recedes somewhat, or they'll come back on the IMAX Festival. They usually play these big blockbusters when they have such events, usually delivered a couple of times a year, because I really want to watch such films in IMAX, as it is gives you a completely different perspective on the film. And Gail says, thank you very much, we'll have a great afternoon. Yes, certainly. Thanks very much indeed. Thanks for popping in, and indeed for you it was a very good morning. As for me, it was a very good afternoon. And thanks for joining us, and take care, have a good day, and we'll catch up soon. We'll be back tomorrow, and I think maybe tomorrow we'll do a bit of Destiny 2 as well. Destiny 1, Destiny 2. I've got to catch up with the weekly content. And Gail says, I'm going out skating today, so that will be a lot of fun. Absolutely, yeah. Skating is a lot of fun, and it's a fantastic exercise as well. I don't skate, but I know people who actually do it on a regular basis. And for me, swimming is the regular form of exercise that I really enjoy, and I do it 5 times a week. Swim usually for about an hour, and that really helps my health, and generally makes me feel really physically good and happy and content in sort of every compartment. Sometimes when I go swimming, come out, I feel really like I'm walking on air. I feel so much better physically and mentally as well. You clear your head, you feel really quite relaxed, and you come out with some new novel ideas. I most highly recommend it to everyone. So if people do some work in the gym, or if they go out running, combining that sort of exercise, jogging, gym, with swimming is by far the best. And you can just keep all of that physical activity well balanced. And Gail says, in Destiny 2 I have a different name. That's no problem. You'll just send us an invite and we'll do it exactly the same way, because you are going to be playing Destiny 2 on a PC, on your PC, and I will be doing it on the consoles. So as Destiny 2, the sequel, is cross-platform, there is no problem for anybody coming in. Do you know what I mean? It's just very, very easy for people to come in and join us in the sequel on any platform, which is what I really really like. And on the other hand, the difficulty we have here with the original game is that it's still not cross-platform, but that's just the way things are. And right, so thank you, Gail, for coming. We'll see you soon. Have a good afternoon and enjoy the skating. The skating is a wonderful form of exercise. And equally, I'd like to thank all of our community members for watching, for participating, for popping in, typing messages, and supporting both the stream, our community, and most importantly, our charitable fundraising. And I will be leaving the links very shortly for everyone to see. We are supporting Mind, and Mind is a UK charity that helps people who are experiencing some form of emotional difficulty or are experiencing mental health issues or serious illness, and they deliver services in our local community through their professionals and volunteers, provide counselling individually and groups, and also a variety of different social events that are community based. So we are supporting them, as we believe that the charity needs, first of all, a lot more of financial assistance. And we also want to raise the profile for everyone or anyone who is in our local community and who's experiencing mental health issues, to approach them freely and to receive the benefits which everyone will be getting if they enter that form of individual or group counselling. So it's a wonderful service all the way around, and we are supporting it as much as we can. So I want to thank our community members for doing exactly the same, raising the profile, doing the news, posting some of the tweets, and making sure that everybody else is becoming aware of our charity or such charities, and we want to be as supportive as possible. So thank you for that. Alright, we've come to the end of our stream. We come to the end of all of our community-based activities. It's been very busy. I've absolutely loved it and thoroughly enjoyed it. As I said, today was all about our community, from Q&As through the news to our community online participation with Gail and Zenith, and I thank them very much for that, and we'll have a lot more of that in the days to come. So thank you very much for supporting us. Thank you equally for watching. I wish you all a very, very good afternoon, and play many more games, enjoy Destiny, and I shall see you all tomorrow, and take care.